Whew. Like a lot of my generation, I'm a little beat up from the feet up this week. I don't know if anyone else has had a chance to get some of that AstraZeneca. And welcome to the April 28th, 2021 edition of the Community and Public Services Committee. I now call this meeting to order, and we will begin with a roll call. Councillor Nicol.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Zadek.
Good morning.
Morning to you, sir. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
And good morning to you. And I am here as well. Okay, so I think I'll just take a look here. I'm pretty sure he's not with us, but I'll just ask if Mayor Iveson is on the meeting. No, I'm assuming he's coming later. But I do see that we've got Councillor Henderson.
Morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Esslinger is here.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. And is that everyone? I just want to make sure we don't miss anyone. Oh, I see Councillor Banga.
Morning.
Good morning. And Councillor McKean, how are you?
Well, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. And Councillor Katarina. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I believe that's all of the councillors in house. Glad to have you. And we will now move to the adoption of the agenda, if I can get a motion.
I'll move the adoption of the agenda, Mr. Chairman, and we have an addition, do we not?
We do indeed.
With the addition. I just don't have it in front of me here right now.
Okay, I will read it out. It's 6.4, Edmonton Arts Council 2021 Activate Grant Recommendations, and 6.5, Encampment Strategy Summer 2021 Verbal Report with a request to make it 11 a.m. time specific.
So moved, sir.
And Mr. Chair, we also have a request for the replacement report on
That's
item 6.1.
correct. Thank you. And also a replacement report for 6.1, if that is amenable to the mover.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. And I do not have my device turned on, so I will be a verbal yes. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Yeah, I made the odd decision to print out my reports today, and that is the result. Okay, so moving on. I could have a motion to approve the minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll move the adoption of the April 14th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee meeting minutes.
All right. Please vote. I am a verbal yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay, so as far as I know, there are no protocol items, but I will acknowledge that we are meeting on Treaty 6 territory, and that actually gives me pause to think about some current events and the efforts to make a more cooperative and inclusive city where we all put our best foot forward. So with that in mind, let us move to selecting items for debate. Anyone can jump in.
Can't seem to click on here. Hold on.
Same, but I would select 6.1 and 6.2.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zadek.
I'll select, Mr. Chairman, 6.3 and 6.5.
6.3 and 6.5, perfect. Thank you. Any takers for 6.4? I think I'm good personally. Nope. Okay. So that is 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.5.
I'll move the balance, sir.
Thank you very much. No questions on 5.1, 5.2 for the revised due date, obviously. Just double checking. Okay, great. Please vote. I'm a verbal yes.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. And that is carried unanimously. Okay. So, if Madam Clerk, if you would mind reading out what we've just voted on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, Community and Public Services Committee has passed the following items without debate. Item 5.1, policy options for alternative financing tools, recreation centers, revised due date May 28, 2021. Item 5.2, recover urban wellness, support for the implementation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force recommendations, revised due date June 30th, 2021. And item 6.4, the Edmonton Arts Council 2021 Activate Grant recommendations.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we do have some requests to speak. And so if anyone has it in front of them, if not, I will be happy to move that we hear from speakers. And I will go ahead and do that. So the recommendation is that Community and Public Service Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On item 6.1, Shisha Lounge Establishments, business license class options. 1, Les Hagen, Action on Smoking and Health. 2, Michael Zachary on behalf of Christopher Sikora for Alberta Health Services. 3, Melissa Worrell, Alberta Health Services. 4, Disha Panchow, Campaign for a Smoke-Free Alberta. 5, Nina Snyder, the Alberta Lung Association. 6, Samantha Burst from Heart and Stroke Foundation. 7, Robert Pribish from the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, Northern Alberta Chapter. 8, Avnish Nanda, Edmonton Hookah Cultural Committee. 9, Irfan Chaudhry. 10, Malet Balit. I got a correction on that pronunciation last time, but we'll get it again. The Edmonton Hookah Cultural Committee. 11, Mohammed Musa, Edmonton Hookah Culture Committee. Angeline Webb, Canadian Cancer Society. And on item 6.2, alcohol consumption in public parks outside of festival and events, we've got 1, Grazia Salvo, Alberta Health Services, and 2, Zan Harvey Jansen from Alberta Health Services. So I will move that we hear from the speakers in panels when appropriate. Please vote. I am a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display vote, please. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. And we've already gotten to our time specific, which will be 11 a.m. on item 6.5. Are there any councillor inquiries today? Not hearing any. I wasn't made aware of any. And we are now at item 6.1. And so I believe that there is a presentation available.
That's correct, Councillor Paquette. I'm Stephanie McCabe. I'm the Deputy City Manager of the department, and Kim Petrin, our Branch Manager of Development Services, will give an update on the Shisha Lounge establishments, the business license class options. Ms. Petrin?
Good morning. Slide 2, please. The business license bylaw regulates businesses in line with the city's commitment to public safety. To allow for indoor shisha consumption with the identified conditions, amendments will be required to the public places bylaw, which currently prohibits all indoor smoking, including shisha consumption as a business activity. It is also important to note that current provisions in the Occupational Health and Safety Act contain broad protections for workers from any conditions that may be dangerous to their health and safety. Next slide. While some of the proposed conditions, such as prohibiting minors in designated smoking areas and mandatory signage identifying smoking areas, are able to be implemented, other conditions listed with the motion raise concerns that would limit their effectiveness. For example, physically separated smoking areas would not guarantee absence of smoke in the non-smoking area, and the prohibition of food or drink service in the smoking area would not render the area free from second or third hand smoke that workers would later be exposed to. While there are incoming amendments to the Provincial Tobacco and Smoking Reduction Act that are awaiting proclamation, these do not impact the use of water pipes indoors. Therefore, shisha without tobacco consumption is still permitted under provincial legislation, although prohibited under the city's public places bylaw. We acknowledge that the initial report provided an interpretation of the anticipated amendments to the Provincial Tobacco and Smoking Reduction Act that was not aligned with the province's intent and interpretation. Replacement pages were submitted as soon as we became aware of the misalignment and hope the updated report provides clarity with respect to this matter. Next slide. Administration does anticipate enforcement challenges associated with indoor shisha consumption, including difficulty identifying the product actually being consumed, the time, cost, and process of testing suspected illicit products, and health risks to regulatory enforcement teams. Additionally, administration notes information from health professionals that point to the fact that water pipe smoking has adverse impacts on air quality and health. These points are detailed in the report for consideration. Next slide. In summary, administration recommends that Community and Public Services Committee receive this report for information and consider the regulatory, implementation, and enforcement challenges and the public health concerns associated with permitting the indoor consumption of shisha as a business activity. These challenges and concerns are of great interest to public health promotion and should be considered in discussion related to permitting indoor consumption of shisha as a business activity. Thank you, and we would be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have speakers, obviously, on this, so we will now hear from the speakers on this item in a panel. Now, if you have not been to a meeting to speak before, I just want to let you know that each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run in the official timer. However, those attending virtually, which I believe is everyone, may wish to use a timer at home. It's actually quite handy. That way I don't have to interrupt you. When the speaker is finished, please stay at your seat or on the line, as committee may wish to ask you questions. Please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting. It presents issues of fairness and proper order. And additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions. And at this point, I would also encourage you to acquaint yourself with the location of the microphone button on your own screen for when your time to speak comes up. So we will now begin with first on our list, Les Hagan. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Today is the National Day of Mourning for workers who have been killed or injured on the job. I'd like to recognize 3 remarkable and deceased Albertans whose hazardous employment contributed to their needless suffering and untimely death. Heather Crow was a hospitality worker and lifelong non-smoker who lived and worked in several restaurants in Calgary and Ottawa until 2003 when she contracted terminal lung cancer from secondhand smoke on the job. The Ontario Workers' Compensation Board was required to pay for damages and wage losses resulting from her illness. Heather died from lung cancer in 2006. Lynn Van Horn was an Edmonton office worker and lifelong non-smoker who contracted lung cancer from exposure to secondhand smoke while working in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s when smoking was allowed. She also received compensation from the Alberta WCB due to resulting damages and wage losses. She died prematurely in 1993. Heather McDonald worked for McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton in the 1980s and 1990s, and she won a human rights complaint in Alberta due to exposure to secondhand smoke on the job. McDonald's Canada banned smoking in all of its establishments shortly thereafter. Heather also died prematurely from a work-related illness. Secondhand smoke in the workplace is no small hazard, especially if the exposure occurs over a number of years. Here are 10 good reasons why City Council needs to stand by its original decision to remove the 15-year exemption for hookah bars. Reason 1, according to Health Canada and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. The smoke from a single water pipe session is equivalent to smoking an entire pack of cigarettes. Reason 2, there is no practical means of ventilating secondhand smoke, and for this reason, North America's leading ventilation authority is now recommending against the construction and operation of separated ventilated smoking rooms. And you'll be hearing from one of their representatives today. Reason 3, all workers deserve full and uniform protection from secondhand smoke in the workplace, including those who work in the hospitality sector. The city has taken strong action to protect hospitality workers from COVID-19, and it did not exempt any establishments from these rules. Smoking restrictions should also apply uniformly to all businesses, and all workers deserve uniform protection. Reason 4, hospitality jobs often represent precarious employment, and these workers are often earning the minimum wage. Many of these workers are unable to demand a smoke-free workplace without risking serious employment consequences. These workers have limited employment options due to life circumstances that are beyond their control. City Council should represent all citizens, including our most vulnerable. Reason 5, City Council has created a level playing field for all hospitality businesses by prohibiting all forms of smoking in public establishments. This level playing field will be undermined by exempting hookah bars. City Council should not be picking winners and losers, especially based on allowances for known public health hazards. Reason 6, hookah bars received a lengthy 15-year exemption from the ban on smoking in restaurants and bars. In sharp contrast, hundreds of Edmonton restaurants and bars only had a few days to adjust their business plans when COVID-19 restrictions came into place last spring. City Council should be supporting efforts to help the entire sector, not just a handful of establishments that want to circumvent public health bylaws. Reason 7, hookah bars have been prohibited in dozens of Canadian communities, including 12 Alberta municipalities, and we encourage the City of Edmonton to continue with its healthy leadership. Reason 8, City Council should continue to support efforts to enhance public health and the quality of life, especially during a public health epidemic. There is never a good time to roll back public health, but especially not in the middle of a public health emergency. Reason 9, hookah smoking contributes to the spread of communicable diseases, including meningitis, herpes, and COVID-19. If the other 8 reasons didn't grab you, then I hope that this one will. This fact should be reason enough to eliminate hookah smoking in all public establishments indefinitely. Reason 10, only 1 in 5 Edmonton respondents support rolling back restrictions on hookah bars, according to a recent Ledger public opinion poll of over 500 randomly select residents. Edmonton residents and voters understand the need to provide uniform protection for workers, and we hope that council will too. ASH is not challenging the cultural aspects of hookah smoking. However, cultural practices should not undermine public health in public establishments. Today's National Day of Mourning is a great time to do the right thing and to maintain the current restrictions on public hookah smoking for the benefit of all Edmonton workers. I urge you to consider the health of vulnerable workers when making your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on the dot. So we will now move to Michael Zachary. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to present the public health perspective around shisha smoking in public places. I have presentation slides. Second slide, please. The ground on the origin of water pipe use needs no introduction. However, we would draw your attention to a few specific aspects of this practice that we know. Water pipe smoking is most prevalent and culturally relevant in the Middle East, if Africa and Asia. There is an important distinction to be highlighted in that cultural relevance is not equivalent to sacred or spiritual practices. Therefore, they are not regulated in the same way. The research casts no doubt that water pipe smoking, whether it contains tobacco or not, has been shown to cause significant harms to the health of the consumer as well as to those exposed to its emissions. In the third slide, this map shows an overview of legislation in place in the Middle East and highlights the measures undertaken to protect the public from the known harms of water pipe and tobacco smoking. These regulations varies from restricting indoor tobacco smoking to designated spaces, to complete bans of all forms of tobacco and other water pipe product smoking, such as in Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, and Jordan. Most recently, the World Health Organization Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office identified shisha as an important health issue in relation to cardiovascular and lung health. The next slide, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the spread of disease in the WHO Eastern Mediterranean region countries, water pipe smoking bans were implemented and renewed commitments were made to enforce bans where they already existed. Next slide. Beyond the pandemic, there are many risks to public health when water pipe smoking is carried out in public place. The action taken by the City of Edmonton in enacting bylaw 18891 to protect the health of the public is one that should be applauded, as it has introduced the highest level of protection for the members of the public. It protects youth and young adults from susceptibility of initiating smoking use. It protects patrons from health harms of secondhand smoke exposure. It protects every member of the society from community spread of infectious disease. It protects employees in industry from precarious and inequitable working conditions, and further extends the protection to a broader workforce performing their essential civic duties, like health inspectors and first responders. Importantly, the bylaw does all of these while also preserving an individual or group of individuals' private and personal choice to continue to partake in a culturally relevant practice. In other words, it offers protection without infringement on personal choices. It does not prohibit the practice, but rather restricts where it can take place in order to address public health risks and implications. Therefore, any actions that would be taken to remove the public protection established by this bylaw could potentially serve to selectively diminish protection for certain members of the public. Next, please. In Alberta, 17.7% of Albertan students in grades 9 to 12 report having tried hookah before. Just under half of this age group who were surveyed incorrectly believe that hookah is less harmful than smoking cigarettes. They reported some of the reasons for doing this as fun, to gain new experiences, the perceived low risk, and the ease of access. As we observe the image in the slide, it's very difficult to identify the product that's being consumed. All what we can observe is smoking. Social modeling occurs when an observed behavior becomes normalized through repeated exposure. In case of smoking behavior, smoke is observed as smoke, regardless of the emitting product. The WHO concerns that the spread of water pipe use bears the potential to serve as a bridge to cigarette smoking among young people. The spread of water pipe smoking outside of the cultural context is likely to continue unless countered by effective policies and regulations. Next, please. AHS can also speak to real practical health and safety challenges that have been previously noted by public health inspectors in a multi-agency investigation of shisha lounges. This includes challenges with cleaning, preparation taking place in the same areas where food and beverages are being prepared, shisha product original packaging being discarded to facilitate storage, which makes it difficult to determine the product composition, given also that testing for tobacco in every establishment is not feasible and is cost prohibitive. The investigation also found that ventilation units are often turned off to reduce noise, reduce cost, or even improve the smoky ambience. Next, please. In closing, we do acknowledge the hard times that we have been faced in the past year. Following this public health crisis, an economic recovery like no other is needed. However, we emphasize that trading the health of our young Edmontonians or compromising the health of our workers would not be the best way. Bargaining with public health is something we will collectively pay for in the future. We thank you for your time, and we thank you for continuing to protect the health of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now move to Melissa Worrell.
Hi, Melissa Worrell. I'm attending with Dr. Zachary and available to take questions. I have no presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move to Disha Panchal.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Just want to, waiting for the present. Thank you. I'm Disha Panchal, and I'm here on behalf of Campaign for Smoke-Free Alberta. According to Health Canada and other leading authorities, there is no safe level exposure to secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke from hookah pipes is just as harmful as secondhand smoke from cigarettes. Significant and long-standing evidence indicates that the HVAC system do not provide protection from secondhand smoke in indoor public places, and that only effective method to protect non-smokers from any health consequences of secondhand smoke exposure is to completely eliminate smoking indoors. Next slide, please. An indoor air quality study conducted in 2019 measuring secondhand smoke exposure in multi-unit residential buildings with designated smoking rooms in Edmonton area indicated high levels of smoke particles right outside the designated smoking rooms. During the measurement, two major events impacted on the indoor and outdoor levels of smoke particles. As you can see on your screen, the graph depicts the indoor smoke particle levels before and after the smoking ban was introduced. The ones marked in blue is before the smoking ban, and the marked in green is after the smoking ban. The mean indoor levels of the smoking particles showed significant reduction in the test buildings after smoking ban implementation compared with before smoking ban. Next slide, please. The second was the impact of forest fire on the outdoor air quality of Edmonton area where the measurement took place. The graph color marked in red is depicting the measurements that we collected at the time of forest fires. As you can see, it was observed that the indoor levels of the smoke particles outside a designated smoking room were just as high and skyrocketing as the outdoor levels of smoke particles due to forest fires. Therefore, permitting the allowance of shisha use in a smoking room will not provide adequate protection and will expose all individuals on the premises to dangerous levels of secondhand smoke. Next slide, please. Contemporary water pipe use is spreading among new non-traditional users, particularly youth and young adults. As a result, International Public Health Organization identify water pipe smoking as a growing public health issue with significant negative health effects. As you can see on your screen, water pipe smoking in public settings has been banned in several Middle Eastern countries, the ones marked in red, where it has been smoked for centuries, like Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, and Jordan. Also, East African nations such as Tanzania, Rwanda, and Kenya have been banned smoking of water pipe based on WHO concerns about its lethal effects on human health. Also, the Southeast Asian countries like Singapore and many jurisdictions across India have banned hookah bars and lounges. Next slide, please. Water pipe smoking is also linked to the increased transmission of communicable illness, including COVID-19. For these reasons, the WHO recommends a ban on all water pipe smoking in all workplaces and public places. Many countries like Middle East, including Saudi Arabia, Kuwait have imposed bans on water pipe use to curb the spread of coronavirus. The cities of Abu Dhabi and Dubai in UAE, Cairo, Egypt, and New Delhi in India have recently banned hookahs at cafes and restaurants as a precaution against the spread of coronavirus. On this slide, you can see the trend across Canada to ban water pipe smoking in indoor public settings. 8 provinces and territories marked in red on your screens prohibit smoking on all water pipe products, including herbal non-tobacco water pipe products, in places where smoking is banned. These provinces are Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, Yukon Territory, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. Also, the ones marked in green have growing municipalities that have amended their indoor smoking bans to prohibit water pipe smoking, including 12 Alberta municipalities. The city of Edmonton has been a leader in protecting its residents from secondhand smoke in workplace and public places for the past 4 decades. City Council should continue to support efforts to enhance public health and the quality of life, especially during a public health pandemic. All residents and workers deserve full protection from secondhand smoke in public establishments. No one has second-class lungs, and every worker deserves a completely smoke-free workplace, regardless of their occupation or wage level. We urge the City Council to adhere to sound scientific evidence and resist efforts to compromise public health and worker safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to Nina Snyder.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and council members, for the opportunity to speak. The health impacts are particularly challenging. This past year of pandemic has been hard on everyone, especially those with existing health issues. This is a respiratory virus with COVID-19, and many of the 600,000 Albertans currently suffering from lung disease are at an increased risk. The Lung Association has been at the forefront of some of these challenges, helping those at greatest risk with lung disease. Evidence reveals that there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke, including herbal shisha smoke. But the first-hand and second-hand smoke produced by shisha use contain known carcinogens at levels equal to or greater than that of tobacco products. Extensive epidemiological evidence indicates that water pipe smoking is significantly linked, tobacco smoking, linked to many of the adverse health effects as cigarette smoke, such as lung cancer, respiratory illness, carbon monoxide poisoning, adverse cardiac events, and periodontal disease. People who are exposed to water pipe smoke are at a risk of the same negative health outcomes as individuals exposed to secondhand tobacco smoke, even if only herbal water pipe products are used. Smoking has emerged, as Disha said, as an independent risk factor for COVID-19 transmission and severity. The World Health Organization and Alberta Health Services have both concluded that water pipe establishments can contribute to the spread of COVID-19 and other infectious diseases, including tuberculosis and meningitis. Lung disease is one of the top 3 killers of Canadians, and yet research funding for lung disease is only 5% of the available funding. This means we do not have sufficient research to change the upward trend of lung disease, to find better treatments and support for those with lung disease. This was an issue before COVID and has only exacerbated. We are hearing daily from essential and frontline workers without health benefits. Often they cannot afford their own asthma and COPD medications for themselves or other medications for their families. Those 1 in 5 Albertans that have lung disease and already struggle financially and emotionally must continue to isolate even as the rest of the province resumes operations. They are exhausted just trying to survive. And the one thing that we must not do is to add any more individuals to the climbing burden that respiratory disease has on our health system. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now move to Samantha Burst from the Heart and Stroke Foundation. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Thanks so much for having me.
Morning.
Heart and stroke echoes what's already been said by the other speakers. Essentially, just to speak to the cardiovascular effects, we know smoking increases risk of developing heart disease and stroke. It's pretty well established that it contributes to buildup of plaque in our arteries, increases risk of blood clots, reduces oxygen levels in blood, makes your heart work harder than it has to, which is exactly what we want to prevent. But in the last few years, we're realizing that the adverse effects of smoking on cardiovascular health are more extensive than we previously thought. It's now linked to development and progression of heart failure, which is going to be a big problem post-COVID, the atrial fibrillation and thromboembolism, so essentially clots and ischemic cardiovascular disease. Casual smokers, our evidence shows us, are twice as likely to have a heart attack or stroke, also twice as likely to die from those adverse events. People who are smoking 25 cigarettes a day or more actually have 3 times the risk for heart attack or stroke and are actually 5 times more likely to die from those conditions or those events. You've heard a lot of talk about secondhand smoke. Again, we echo those same concerns. The air we breathe when someone else who's smoking contains more than 7,000 chemicals. We know hundreds of those are toxic and about 70 of those are known carcinogens. And again, as you've already heard, I'd just like to reiterate, there is no risk-free level of secondhand smoke exposure. So even brief exposure is harmful to health, and comprehensive smoke-free policies have been successful in protecting people who do not smoke and are really the only way to fully protect their health. So for adults who don't smoke, breathing secondhand smoke has immediately harmful effects on your heart and your blood vessels. People who don't smoke but are exposed to secondhand smoke at home or at work increase a 25 to 30% increase in their risk of developing heart disease. We're also just starting to understand the long-term effects of COVID on our heart and brain health. We do know there's a significant link and there's going to be an increasing wave of chronic disease burden. And we at Heart and Stroke want to ensure we're protecting vulnerable workers any way we can. Just to wrap up, essentially, we know from our evidence tobacco smoking continues to be a major risk factor for cardiovascular disease and stroke, and one of the leading avoidable causes of death worldwide. Harmful effects don't disappear by changing the delivery system. It's the same across the board, and we know organizations such as World Health have recommended a ban on all water pipe smoking in workplace and public places, and the Heart and Stroke Foundation fully agrees with this recommendation. Thanks so much for having me this morning.
Thank you very much. We will now move to Robert Pribish from the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, Northern Alberta chapter. You have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just to introduce ourselves, ASHRAE is the Global Society for Advancing Human Well-Being through Sustainable Technology for the Built Environment. ASHRAE has been long active in providing engineering technology, standards, design guidance in support of providing helpful and comfortable indoor environments. The National Canadian Government, in developing our codes, draws heavily from ASHRAE standards, particularly in referencing and establishing required ventilation rates for occupied spaces. Since 2005, ASHRAE has published its position statement on environmental tobacco smoke. This position document has been instrumental in informing the public, building scientists, practitioners, lawmakers, and policymakers about the inability of HVAC technologies to eliminate health risks to non-smokers from exposure to tobacco smoke in indoor environments. The evidence of health consequences of exposure to environmental tobacco smoke is extensive and has been reviewed by numerous independent expert groups in the United States and internationally, all reaching similar conclusions regarding the adverse health effects caused by among non-smokers exposed to tobacco smoke indoors. The first major studies on passive smoking reported that passive smoking was a cause of lung cancer in non-smokers. Subsequent evidence has identified other health effects in adults and children. Notably, the number of coronary heart disease deaths caused by environmental tobacco smoke generally exceeds the number of environmental tobacco smoke-caused lung cancer deaths. Only an indoor smoking ban leading to near zero exposure provides health control, and only such bans have been recognized as effective by health authorities. There is no engineering design issues related to this approach. While there's no engineering design issues related to the approach, the evidence of outdoor smoking areas near buildings and the potential impacts on entryway exposure and outdoor air intakes need to be considered. The building and its systems can reduce only odor and discomfort. cannot eliminate exposure when smoking is allowed indoors or near a building. And even when all practical means of separation and isolation of smoking areas are employed, adverse health effects from exposure in non-smoking areas in the same building cannot be eliminated. And as such, it is ASHRAE's position that all smoking activities inside and near buildings should be eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Avnish Nanda. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. The Edmonton Hookah Cultural Committee has issues with how the city administration has engaged in its consultation and due diligence to prepare the reports submitted today, both the initial report and the revised version. It's our belief that this entire exercise highlights the limitations of the city and its ability to meaningfully consult and accommodate diverse and marginalized communities in Edmonton, which is actually something quite significant. It's significant because what's being debated here today is not a trivial matter for the tens and thousands of Edmontonians of African, Arab, and South Asian descent. This process must be inclusive and thorough and not only be fair, but also appear to be fair. But to directly address what is being discussed today, which is on what conditions, if any, can shisha lounges be permitted to reopen, I want to highlight that over the past 10 months, the Edmonton Hookah Cultural Committee has reviewed the public health concerns raised by critics of shisha consumption and came up with an approach with the assistance of experts that addresses each and every concern raised, that still allows shisha consumption to continue in these lounges, but also mitigates against any adverse health effects, particularly secondhand smoke exposure. What the Edmonton Hookah Cultural Committee proposes is the most stringent criteria in the world for allowing shisha lounges to operate. It proposes that there be a prohibition on the use of tobacco and charcoal coals in the shisha lounges. It calls for the requirement of disposable hoses to prevent the sharing that leads to the transmission of communicable diseases. So each participant will have a disposable hose, there's no sharing of hoses. There'd be a requirement of a separate sealed off area for shisha consumption that is restricted to adults only. And most importantly, that these spaces be redesigned to ensure that no staff in these establishments are exposed to any secondhand smoke emanating from shisha consumption. So no employees would be exposed to secondhand smoke. These lounge owners and cultural communities are willing to be subject to extremely stringent requirements to open and agree that if they do not meet these requirements, they will not be issued a shisha consumption license. They are willing to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars to achieve this aim, which I hope the committee understands how important this cultural practice is to them and the communities they serve. So here's what I propose to the committee and city council. Set out the clear public health benchmarks that you would need for shisha lounges to reopen. So set out the requirement that there be no secondhand exposure to any staff members, no minors, no tobacco products, no charcoal coals, requirement of disposable hoses only. Give us a list of requirements that you would need for shisha lounges to reopen and only grant a license to those lounges who will meet those requirements. And if none are able to meet them, do not grant them the license. From the perspective of the Edmonton Hookah Cultural Committee, this is the most fair and equitable approach that directly addresses the public health concerns raised by my friends who just made the presentations about the concerns with shisha consumption, but also allows folks to practice their cultural rights in Edmonton. Right? This is a middle ground approach that puts rigorous requirements on the shisha lounges, but doesn't shut the door completely. I just urge this committee to not adopt an approach that is essentially, well, it seems too difficult and expensive and improbable to achieve these results, so we won't permit it at all. This practice is too important for far too many Edmontonians, and as a consequence of that, fair and equitable approach would be to set out the thresholds that we have to meet and allow the shisha lounge owners to work to meet them. And if they do meet them, then grant them the license. I don't know if I have any additional time, Councillor Paquette.
You have 45 seconds.
Sure. I just want to address some points raised by the previous speaker. So There's a lot of discussion about secondhand smoke exposure to workers. That's a primary concern. So we'll have a speaker coming next who will talk about how redesign of these lounges can address that concern. And there's another element that's important is that because of this ban, shisha consumption is going underground. It's going into people's houses where vulnerable people and minors are being impacted that otherwise wouldn't be impacted. A shisha ban in commercial settings in Edmonton is not going to stop shisha consumption. It's going to make it more unsafe and put other marginalized and vulnerable people at risk. So if we can find a middle ground approach that addresses the concerns raised by my friends when it comes to minors or when it comes to employees, that's probably the best approach in the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Irfan Chowdhury.
Hi, yes, good morning, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm just coming today with the initial mindset raised by Councillor Paquette at the beginning around, building an inclusive city and being inclusive in our ways of being and practices. And so just echoing what Avnish just mentioned, my main concern with this whole process, as is still being articulated even as of yesterday, is just how this process has been built from what I feel has been biased enforcement from the public safety compliance team starting in 2018, and how that unrolled into a predetermined outcome from the city. As quoted in a 2018 CBC article on the shisha ban, one councillor stated, "Please plan for a day when water pipes will be ruled out in Edmonton." In a similar article, another councillor also argued that an outright ban on shisha smoking without proper consultation would be inappropriate. To my knowledge, I do not think there has been proper consultation done. Studies by public interest groups, such as the Ledger one referenced today, have not been reflective of the demographics of the city and therefore do not provide a representative sample of opinion. Also of note, the same survey itself was only open for 48 hours, limiting an ability for meaningful engagement. The data presented today by our friends in support of the ban in some ways can be framed a little bit as alarmist and are exploiting the impact of COVID-19. I also feel, had there been a gender-based plus analysis conducted on the potential ban, which to my understanding, the City of Edmonton is committed to looking at policies, processes, procedures through a GBA plus lens, the analysis would have found that this ban disproportionately impacts racialized, ethnic, and minority communities who utilize the shisha as a space for cultural and social connection. A recent study presented by the University of Toronto on a similar ban in the City of Toronto, and this was in 2019, when the study was done, exemplifies the impact this ban has had on diverse communities. As the report highlights, since Toronto's shisha ban came into effect on April 1st, 2016, it has since forced nearly 70 predominantly Black and Brown migrant-owned businesses to close or restructure their livelihood. Importantly, in a 2019 State of California Senate bill that proposed banning all flavored tobacco, it was shortly amended after to exclude hookah products over lawmakers' concerns of impeding a Middle Eastern tradition. As one of the first instances where shisha's cultural significance was acknowledged by lawmakers in North America, this example signals to possible community organizing against any bans in terms of looking at it from the equitable lens. I firmly believe a ban like this is inequitable. A ban like this is systemic bias, systemic discrimination in action. A ban like this excludes communities, dictating to them what is appropriate behavior and what is not permitted. This form of racialized surveillance further creates disconnect with placemaking. On the same day, our respected leaders are discussing the loosening of the consumption of alcohol in our city. It is important to acknowledge that this signals whose practices are included and whose practices are excluded, further creating a sense of disconnect for those who do not socialize over a beer, a glass of wine, etc., for religious and cultural reasons. I do not need to also remind folks on this call that alcohol consumption also possesses potential significant health considerations, as well as impacts related to impaired driving, unsafe work conditions for the hospitality industry in terms of higher likelihood of experiencing harassment and sexual violence, and similar concerns raised today. Youth also model behavior related to the consumption of alcohol. And so I firmly believe that regulation and not a ban should be the path for consideration. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you. We now have Malad Belet. And please correct my pronunciation if you are here. Hello.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So it is pronounced Mahallabillet. You're not doing too bad of a job. But I'll get going. Sorry, give me 1 second. Good morning, everybody. I'm speaking to you today as an Edmontonian of African descent about the impact of the City of Edmonton's Shisha ban is having on members of my community. When I appeared in the committees last time, I spoke about the cultural significance of Shisha Lounge to many African culture communities in Edmonton. Our communities connect over Shisha in the same way that Edmontonians from other cultural backgrounds socialize over a pint of beer. The ban on Shisha in Edmonton means that those who come from my community are unable to practice their cultures as they did before. This is not a minor thing. It may be more difficult for people who come from different cultural backgrounds to understand the significance, but banning Shisha Lounge is akin to closing down bars because of serious public health concerns with alcohol consumption. I think most people would recognize that shutting down bars would be an extremely overburdened measure in the face of the public health impacts of alcohol. Instead, it is more effective to regulate alcohol consumption and bars to mitigate any adverse public health impacts associated with practice. That is what cultural communities and Shisha Lounge owners are proposing should happen with Shisha Lounges. Permit them to operate, but under extremely strict conditions to address the public health impacts associated with the practice. The Shisha Lounge owners are willing to subject to the most rigorous health and safety standards in the world to be permitted to operate, including having no secondhand smoke exposures to employees. They have even hired an occupational health and safety design expert to design each lounge for that sole objective. If there is no middle ground approach adopted, Shisha consumption will continue, but in underground manners where vulnerable members of my community are being exposed to its negative impacts. Shisha delivery companies have emerged since the ban came into effect that deliver unsanitary water pipes and unsafe Shisha products of people at their homes. People are now consuming Shisha in their homes where minors and other vulnerable people are present. Their homes don't have elaborate HVAC systems. They are being sold Shisha compressed of tobacco, and people who otherwise would not be exposed to Shisha are being exposed to it and in its most dangerous form. A ban will not end Shisha consumption in Edmonton. The ban will only force Shisha consumption underground in homes and garages where the vulnerable members of my and other communities are exposed to it in a much greater and more serious manner. The city administration's report does not capture this. It fails to approach the Shisha ban from a lens of equity and diversity. The report does not consider the adverse public health impact such a drastic move will and has had on my community. I urge this committee, who has acknowledged the needs to consider and accommodate all Edmontonians in its decision, including African and Black communities, to adopt the middle ground approach proposed by the Edmonton Hookah Culture Committees. It ensures that the important culture practice can continue, but a regulated manner that addresses any public health concerns equitably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to Mohammed Musa. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, how are you, everybody? Thank you very much for giving me this chance to talk about this matter. Second slide, please. So the purpose of this presentation, basically, to ensure the 100% business compliance with the Community and Public Service Committee's condition, January 20th of 2021, which is basically focused on physical separation, smoking areas that prevent smoke from entering the remainder of the business or premises. No food or drink service within the smoking area will be permitted. Mandatory signage identifying smoking areas. Working to eliminate by any secondhand impact to employees by secondhand smoking. Second slide, please. So based on the Alberta Occupation Health and Safety Codes, Part 2, Hazard Assessment and Elimination and Control, based on this presentation or like this diagram you see for the hierarchy of control, of hazards, the top one, the most effective step, it's the elimination, physically remove the hazard completely. And it's been implemented in different countries that I visited. Like I seen it in UK, and I seen it in Germany, and I seen it in Netherlands. That's how they actually implement that. They separate the premises. Second slide, please. So this is the original design. We did it for one of the locations called Mazati Shisha Lounge. It shows the full layout of the store or the lounge, and we did some kind of modification. Second slide, please. So this is the ducting system that associated with the existing premises, and this vacuum system was permitted and certified by the City of Edmonton expert based on the capacity of people and the space and the volume that's actually within the premises. Second slide. So if you see, we removed everything's in red, it's been removed, and based on the design, and everything's in green, it's been added. So this will actually separate the two areas. To the right-hand side of the screen, it's actually the smoking area, and the left hand of the screen, it's actually the restaurants. Second slide, please. So if you see in this slide, we actually added more ventilation to the areas where they are with the green, basically to make these rooms are completely clear of smoke. There's no whatever. It's like a wall, an air wall barrier between the two areas, based on testing and space and evaluation, and it's been done through simulation too. And if you see, there is a door in the left-hand side, a new door completely for the restaurants, that there is no people coming to the restaurants, will be actually interfering with the people who are in the smoking area. Second slide. So this is the layout of the Mazati Shisha Lounge. We'll have restaurants and we have smoking areas, and they are completely separate. There's no interaction whatsoever. And these walls that we will create, actually, will have more than one layer, that some of those layers will have actually some kind of like absorbent and absorption material that will actually stop all those smokes, even as they mentioned before, like this separation won't stop. But with our design, we know that's actually these things, based on what we even use in our houses, like the ventilation, they have some kind of like sheets and fabric that they actually catch all smokes and particles in the air. Second slide, please. So this is the layout again. So the green areas, as we said, it's like negative air pressure room. That's actually, the second slide will show it more better. If you move to the second slide, please. So this is how it goes, basically. This simulation, it's based what we call it, a physical factors of design when it comes to ventilation. We call it the residence time of particles. What this means, like how strong your ventilation system will reduce the residence time of these particles within the space that's actually it's been exposed to. So based on, and that can be done engineeringly and controlled by engineered, that to actually have the residence time almost close to zero, which is these areas. Actually, this is only in these areas, the green areas. If you go back to the previous slide, please. So those green, if you see those two green rooms, they have basically two doors, and those doors that they don't open in the same time. So to make sure that there is no interaction of whatsoever. And I'm actually will be available to any questions from anybody who is actually in this, because this is actually engineered and it's 100% feasible with all the technology and applicable we have. I'm done.
All right. Thank you very much. You can put yourself on mute. Thank you. And we'll now move to Angeline Webb. If you're here, there you are. Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Good day, Chair and committee members. My name is Angeline Webb, and I am Regional Manager of Health Policy with the Canadian Cancer Society, and I'm here today to speak to the report by City Administration on Shisha Lounge establishments. On behalf of the Canadian Cancer Society, I would like to thank administration for bringing forward this report, and I would also like to applaud the City of Edmonton for working to protect public health through the implementation of the 2019 Public Places Bylaw, which prohibited water pipe smoking in indoor public places and workplaces. However, we are very concerned about this revisiting of water pipe use in indoor public places and workplaces. A reversal will undermine public health by putting water pipe establishment staff and patrons at risk of chronic and infectious disease. I would like to reiterate important research outcomes and evidence illustrating the need to control public indoor use of water pipe in order to protect public health. Extensive evidence indicates that water pipe use is associated with lung cancer, respiratory illness, carbon monoxide poisoning, and adverse cardiac events, which you've already heard. Both the first-hand and second-hand smoke produced by water pipe contain known carcinogens, which is of great concern for the Canadian Cancer Society. People who are exposed to water pipe smoke are at risk of the same negative health outcomes as individuals exposed to secondhand tobacco smoke, even when herbal water pipe has been used. And there is absolutely no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke, and that includes water pipe smoke. And this exposure occurs no matter the ventilation process applied. We know that long-standing evidence indicates that HVAC systems do not provide protection from secondhand smoke in indoor public places. The technology required to eliminate exposure to secondhand smoke does not currently exist. In July 2020, as you've heard, the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers, the Global Authority on Ventilation Systems, effectively abandoned its guidelines for designing smoking rooms. Permitting the allowance of water pipe use, even with a smoking room, will not provide protection and will expose individuals on the premises to dangerous levels of secondhand smoke. As well, the current bylaw that's in place provides a safe workplace for all individuals, and we must maintain that. We know that many individuals working in the hospitality industry, including those working in water pipe establishments, are earning minimum wage and may already be confronting health inequities as a result. Their exposure to secondhand smoke at work represents another health inequity, which is unfair and unjust. Many of these workers are in vulnerable positions with precarious employment, and they simply cannot ask for a smoke-free workplace. We must remember that everyone deserves uniform protection from unsafe work, including exposure to secondhand smoke. It is also important to remember that the prohibition on water pipe use in indoor public places and workplaces was also a component of the Alberta Tobacco Reduction Act passed in 2013. Even though that section of the Act has not been proclaimed, businesses have had many years to prepare for the likelihood of a phase-out of the indoor water pipe use. It is also a concern that the city is interested in making changes that will create an unlevel playing field for businesses and possibly set a precedent that may lead to further exposures to secondhand smoke of tobacco or other smoked substances in indoor workplaces. I would also like to reiterate that the current bylaw does not prohibit the cultural use of water pipe or stop consumption. The bylaw indicates where water pipe can be used, such as in a public park, in order to protect public health, which is fundamental to the well-being of all Edmontonians. We also have evidence that illustrates that workplace smoking bans have also shown to reduce smoking in homes. The evidence-based smoke-free policies developed and implemented in Edmonton's smoking bylaw take a population-based approach to improving health, which reduces health disparities and benefits people throughout society equally. By maintaining strong smoking restrictions, including the control of water pipe use in indoor public places and workplaces, Edmonton will continue to be a provincial leader in providing safe, smoke-free spaces for its citizens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that brings us to the end of our speakers for today. And so, of course, please stick around because this was selected by Councillor Zadick. And so we will go to him for questions.
Thank you. Yes, I have several questions. I'll start with Angela, who was just on, because your finger should be close to that unmute button. What do you think about what we've heard that this is happening more in homes now? So, for example, with the prohibition of shisha lounges, people are smoking more in their homes, which obviously don't have any upgrades to, or at least not commercial grade HVAC systems. And in homes, typically, you have children and seniors.
Thank you, Councillor Zadick. Like I just said, a lot of the population health data that we have with reference to post-smoking ban outcomes, we know that when workplace bans happen for smoking, what happens is it results in reduction of use in the home.
But
So that's, however, and like I said earlier, we're also not suggesting that consumption of a cultural product be prohibited. It's just where it can be used, and that in the public place, and like there's a suggestion that it could be used in a public park. So there's other spaces that we could hope that can be supported through this process.
That's helpful, and I understand your position. I was talking about that we're hearing it's happening now more in the home,
Right.
so not the trend that you're talking about with cigarettes, which is different.
Yes.
How do you feel if some establishments were grandfathered in? Would that be seen as a bit of a middle ground so that you could maybe have 20 or so places that would offer this service within the city of Edmonton? Would that be better, in your opinion, than an outright prohibition on this?
Once again, I don't think it's a prohibition. We're not suggesting that it be prohibited of its use. Grandfathering in other jurisdictions has been shown to continue to put workers at risk. So we would have a huge concern about any sort of grandfathering process. We would certainly support a phased approach, which we had supported in the previous bylaw discussions, so that businesses can prepare to reduce over time. So that's a direction that we would certainly be interested in.
Thank you. And I'll switch to Mohammed, who spoke just recently about Mazadi Lounge and some of the engineering solutions. You can get ready. First, you indicated that you see this practice happening in Europe and in Western Europe and Germany, where shisha lounges are still permitted.
That's right.
Okay. So have they adopted some of these practices that you're referencing? What have they of recent taken different approaches?
I mean, like as of now, most of I have relatives in Netherlands and friends in England and in Germany, and based on the COVID situation now, basically none of them actually operated because the lockdown and the shutdown and everything. So that's what is happening based on accordingly now. It's like any other businesses. But when I seen it in England, they actually the approach was they went through the same scenario that we are dealing with now, that they actually have some kind of people, they were trying to shut them down. But the people in there, or the owners, they proposed to the cities that we will actually have separate entities, that there's no food and this is their, so that's actually, I seen it within my own eyes in Sheffield in UK.
Okay, so there's
and
go ahead. Well, let me ask you a question. I think your mic cut out for a moment there. So there's obviously costs associated with that, and then you've done some engineering work for Mazadi Lounge, which you used as an example. Can you talk about how expensive these alterations to businesses would be?
Actually, the reason, as I said in my presentation, based on the hierarchy of controls, the most expensive one, it's the elimination rules, and that's what we actually proposing. And all the owners of the shisha lounges that I spoke with and I visited, all of them, they are willing actually to go that far, to spend that much, like changing their layout and creating more walls with more layers of special sheets and filtration system. That's actually been introduced and produced by most successful companies in this field, by producing a lot of filters that we're actually using in our ducting system in homes to catch all those smoke. So
thank you for that.
It's expensive, but they are willing to do it.
Right, that's tells a lot that they're willing to meet whatever standards are in place. And with my last 10 seconds here, I'd like to ask Avnish. He talked about several criteria that this group is willing to adhere to. Obviously, no tobacco, new hoses, other disposable products. Can you talk about what thresholds you have and how the industry could comply?
For sure. So I think the biggest concern, particularly raised by my friends, is that no secondhand smoke exposure to staff. And I think that's the primary concern for shisha lounge owners as well. So they're willing to commit to that and do whatever is necessary to meet that particular objective, and are telling the city that if we don't meet that aim, don't give us a license, but let us work towards that. Don't just completely ban everything.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I see that we've also got Councillor Nicol on the board. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Avnish, I've talked to Mr. Hagan, Les Hagan and I, we've known each other for many, many years. and I told Mr. Hagan the same thing I'm going to ask you, is that how is Shisha and these lounges going to demonstrate a zero harm model? I mean, that's got to be the metric, right? I think we're all around that, but I'll be blunt. I'm not convinced that that can be delivered. So, I don't know where to go with this except to continue on where things get closed until a zero harm model is put forward, because that's what it's got to be at the end of the day, right? Do you have any comments to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, here's the problem with that approach, right? You're banning Shisha when we only have one expert that's presented today, and that's Mr. Musa, who's an engineering design expert who specializes in occupational health and safety, who's telling everyone here, based on his experience in design, that he can achieve this, right? So rather than just banning Shisha, set the requirements, set the thresholds for us to meet, which in your case, I believe it's a zero harm approach, which we would agree with, particularly in the secondhand smoke exposure aspect. So set those thresholds for us and be clear that no Shisha license will be issued unless you demonstrate this to us. So put the onus on us to prove it. To me, that's a middle ground balanced approach rather than just banning everything. There's no incentive for the Shisha lounge owners to continue on, right? If you prohibit any license to be issued for Shisha lounges, there's no incentive for these business owners to spend that time, money, and energy. But if you say that a license could be issued if you meet these thresholds, some people will invest in that time and that money to raise and meet those standards.
Okay, it is, I'm concerned that this we won't even get there, right? In terms of the HVAC models and so on. So, but I do think clarity around what a zero harm model represents is pretty important. But thank you. I'll ask administration some questions. I sure appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. We've got Councillor Knack on committee, and then we've got Councillor McKeon. So go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'm like completely in agreement with Councillor Nicol. This is my big struggle right now. We amended the motion that got us here today to be very clear about the lack or the need to ensure that there's no secondhand impact. And so I guess the challenge that I'm operating under is that right now it is banned, to be clear. So we've already taken that step. And so I'm going to probably go to you, Mr. Nanda, first, which is that, so it's already banned. And to reconsider a ban, I supported Councillor Zadek's motion because I wanted to give the chance to have this look. But I feel like to even do a motion that says, we might do it if you can prove this, but I feel like I need to know that exists before I'd even want to give false hope, because that's my worry, is that I actually feel like I'd be giving false hope for something that I don't know if it can be done. So to spend everyone's time and effort on something that may or may not be feasible, that's where my struggle is. So I guess what I'm trying to get you to help convince me that it would make more sense to essentially open that door and ask for that ability now versus somebody having to prove it first before we reopen the door. Because I think to be, and that might sound like a nuanced piece, but I actually feel it's a really important consideration based on the conversations we've had around things like modeling around other impacts. So I just, to me, that's actually a very big difference, those two, the order of this. So, but I'd like you to share your thoughts on that.
And with the utmost respect, Councillor Knack, the reason why we're here today and this was reconsidered was because City Council acknowledged that there was a failure in the first consultation process, right? If my clients and the communities I represent were adequately consulted at the outset, we would have put that proposal and had these conversations prior, when the first ban came into effect, where there was that grandfathering, and part of that grandfathering or that additional time, we could have had that discussion about what measures would be required. So now, like from your position, Councillor Knack, it just creates additional burdens upon my clients and these cultural communities. Because who knows if we'll be in another position where if we establish everything and say, yeah, we can achieve these outcomes, let's revisit this if we'll have another council or another committee here today who's willing to revisit in the same manner. So we're here today, we spent the time and effort, and based on what evidence is before this committee, we're not saying that this is a probable outcome. We're saying this is possible, and this is actually the outcome. You know, we have the engineer, we have Mr. Musa, we have other experts we've consulted who've said that this is possible. We can achieve that no harm model, zero secondhand smoke exposure to employees. And there's nothing from city administration in its report or even from the opponents here today to say that this is not possible. So from our perspective, unless Councillor Nack, you can point to something that shows that our proposal won't achieve a zero harm model, we think we've met that requirement.
Well, and that maybe leads into the question, and I don't know if it's to yourself or maybe to Mr. Musa who had done the design, but like even looking at that design, and again, I'm not an expert. We've had, you obviously have done some work on this. I guess I'm not even sure why there would be the need for, like, why is there even an access point between the restaurant portion and the others? So if we truly want to remove that, if that was the intent, what is the value in having access between those two sides? Because it feels like that then presents additional opportunity to have that secondhand.
Sure. I mean, basically, those two rooms, they are actually whatever inside. It looks like a wall of air. So it's like it's like a low pressure area. So there's no actually. Whatever comes from both rooms will go directly to the ventilation. Nothing will happen. It's not like a room with like regular pressure that actually can go through. And even though if this will be as a problem for you in the design to consider or make you feel comfortable that you will have 100% zero influence, easily this is just like a predicted design, and it's any design. It's actually available. It's available for comments and revision 1 and 2 and 3. So we are completely open to change whatever the design to make you feel comfortable with it. And as Mr. Nanda mentioned, if we had this result came today, that this is what's actually the condition, we could actually even made it a little bit more clearly that with all the additional requirement needed to actually satisfy your motion to move forward, to give that opportunity, because we can prove it engineeringly, because there's a lot of technical parts available in the market. And this is like commenting on one of the comments from Ms. Webb, when she mentioned that there is no engineering solution available at this point that actually could prevent smoking from being captured or whatever. There's tons of companies like GE, and there is like Air Quality Engineering. They have like a Smoker Masters, Miracle Air, Everclear, all those actually high-tech being certified and approved by the highest level organization worldwide, that these equipment, they actually available and feasible to actually capture all the smoke and clear the air based on any vacuum unit. It's been approved by the city of Edmonton because they are built based on volume and space. So, I mean, I'm not sure where the statement came from that there is no engineering solution available at this point, but there's tons of engineering solution available online and in Canada. We have one of the best companies, GE company. They have a very successful filtration system available.
Excellent. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Nanda, I want to start with you and thank you for your presentation. You know what, and if you've been around, you've heard me raise concerns of level playing field before for business, because, you know, the bylaw has been around a long time and a lot of businesses were really worried, but dealt with the ban on essentially cigarette smoking. My concern, and tell me if you think this is wrong, there would be then nothing to stop other businesses, Tim Hortons, whatever, coffee shops, bars, restaurants, to then allow a cigarette smoking room attached to their business.
I think this is a common misconception that if we allow shisha lounges to operate under the conditions we're proposing, it's like a floodgate for all other smoking, because the example you provide would never be allowed because there's provincial legislation that specifically bans tobacco consumption. And since 2005, there's been no tobacco consumption in shisha lounges. Right. So what we're trying to propose is kind of a neutral regulatory environment where under the the regulatory scope that the province has provided municipalities to regulate, which is water pipe use as well as shisha, non-tobacco shisha consumption, to have a set of neutral rules and thresholds. And if businesses meet those requirements, so no secondhand smoke exposure to staff members, disposable hoses, things of that nature, that they'll be allowed to operate. And
so,
yeah,
so you're right, and I forgot that part. You're absolutely correct about tobacco. But we've had testimony before this committee at least 2 or 3 times now that the non-tobacco product used in shisha is as dangerous. The secondhand smoke from it is as dangerous. Any comment on that?
So the evidence before this committee today is the AHS pamphlet that was provided. In there, it cites a study that was committed or performed in Alberta of only 3 suppliers of herbal shisha. And it also was a circumstance where charcoal coals were used, not the 100% coconut shell charcoal that we use here in Edmonton. So it's one study that suggests that this is the case. But what's important is that the concern raised by the opponents is that secondhand smoke exposure, right? That is the primary concern.
Yep.
So what we want to do is completely eradicate that possibility. So we're listening to our friends and saying, hey, we need to ensure a no harm, zero secondhand smoke exposure to staff. And we're saying we'll meet that requirement. We'll meet that requirement and include other health protection measures.
Right. The testimony before this committee, perhaps not today, but before, was combustion was the culprit. That combustion of anything, so pre-combustion is far less of a problem. So vaping, far less of a problem, but combustion is actually the problem. I wanted to get your take on the fact that so many countries in the Middle East, perhaps I don't know, but it sounds like it's the homeland of shisha, have banned it. So when we talk about cultural accommodation, what do you say to that? That in fact, many countries where this originated are banning it now.
Well, there's a couple of things. First of all, I don't think it's every country. I think there are a lot of countries that operate it. Second, Edmonton is a multicultural and diverse city where, there has been likely shisha consumption in the city before the city became a city. So it's a part of the identity of many Edmontonians who've been here for, a long time. So it's as much as a part of their identity here, even though it originated elsewhere. So I think that looking at the model, we can do so for effective measures to perhaps, address the public health impacts, but to say that because it originated there and they banned it, or in some countries they banned it, and we should follow the same, I don't think works.
Okay, I just want to get one last question in. There's sort of we were criticized, I think, by one of the speakers today for not being sort of culturally accommodating and aware. And yet, why wouldn't we want to bring the same health protections to everyone in Edmonton, regardless of their origins or if they're newcomers? I want to protect everyone in their health. So I just wanted to get you to respond to that.
Sure, and we're in agreement with that. Don't get us wrong. And Councillor McKeon, I know you care about harm reduction in the substance use context, and you're a big advocate of that. That's a similar concern here, and it's a very serious concern because we've seen the proliferation of shisha consumption in unsafe environments, domestic settings, but also unsanitary products and shisha delivery companies delivering hoses and such. And there's real concern within the community that a ban has made shisha consumption go underground, and vulnerable people and youth are being subject to it. And I think if we are concerned about the public health outcomes of every Edmontonian, even those within the communities I represent, it's better to, regulate it, to permit it, but enforce harsh regulations rather than complete ban. Because as you know, a ban is not going to stop this practice. It's just going to make it more dangerous for the most vulnerable in our society.
Thank you for your answers. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Cartmill on the board and then Councillor Banga. So go ahead, Councillor Cartmill.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I'm wondering if Mr. Pribish is still with us on the call. I think he is.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, Robert. Nice to hear from you. So I just want to circle back a little bit. We've heard a little bit of talk about engineered solutions, and we saw a floor plan a little bit earlier. I think what they're speaking to is a bit of an air curtain solution to contain air or contain particulate matter in a particular room. Are you sharing that understanding?
Yeah, I would view it more like an airlock condition to attempt to try and generate a physical HVAC barrier between the two environments.
But so we contain particulate matter to that one room. But I guess I want to confirm or have you clarify what your submissions here are this morning. My understanding is that anything besides water vapor, any particulate matter that is in the air is a danger to people that would ingest that particulate matter. Is that your understanding as well?
The particulate matter itself is generated through the process of incomplete combustion, and incomplete combustion of virtually any form is going to generate harmful chemicals, polyaromatics, and other materials that are going to bring and increase risk. Now, technologically, we can look at ways to reduce risk, reduce exposure, reduce risk, because risk is directly proportional to exposure. Technologically, the position of ASHRAE is we cannot eliminate risk through the use of our technologies. Some particulate matter will get through, even if it's greatly reduced through the use of technologies. And as such, we can reduce risk, but we cannot eliminate risk. ASHRAE's position is that as we cannot eliminate risk, the question comes down to, is there a socially acceptable level of risk? And as such, ASHRAE is not willing to determine that or propose that. And as such, we are not willing to propose anything beyond the elimination of the risk.
Does that airlock solution eliminate risk for people outside of the locked off room?
It would greatly reduce risk. It will not eliminate risk.
So we still have risk to anyone in the establishment at some level, and we have a higher level of risk, relatively speaking, to people within that space.
There will be risk. The technology proposed would reduce the risk, would reduce the exposure, and consequently reduce the risk. But ASHRAE's position is it will not eliminate the risk, and therefore we are not in a position to say whether that's an acceptable reduction in risk or not.
Can I comment?
No, I'm asking questions to Mr. Pribish. Thank you. So one final question then, Mr. Pribish. Exposure is a function of time. So we're talking about exposure, occasional exposure. Let me ask it this way. Occasional exposure is one thing. Somewhat constant and continuous exposure would be another thing, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Exposure, risk and exposure is proportional to duration, time, and concentration of particulate in the environment.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your submissions today.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. Councillor Banga is next, and then we've got Councillor Knack.
Thank you so much to each and every one of the speakers today for coming out. Question for Mr. Nanda first. Sir, you mentioned that that put whatever conditions on there, but keep the door open, basically. And could you be able to tell me at what level these conditions are going to be thought as over prohibitive and then seen, I guess, discriminatory?
For sure. And I think there's always a concern where certain measures are taken that prohibit the ability for these establishments to operate at all. But, we have good faith. We believe that the councillors here today, yourself included, would ensure that any thresholds that would have to be met would be kind of reasonable and reflect the public interest that we're trying to, and the public health concerns we're trying to address. For instance, the no exposure to secondhand smoke. I think everyone agrees that that is principal to a no harm approach, and we are committed towards that. But obviously, if there's something above and beyond that that is just impossible to carry out, then we would say that that would be overly restrictive. But as Mr. Musa has indicated, no secondhand smoke exposure to staff is something that's possible to achieve through engineering design.
Okay. In the last, if I recall it properly, in the last discussion, cost of having those vacuum systems installed and whatnot was one of the major topics of discussion. Now that there is going to be no liquor served, no food served in that area, would that still be affordable for that outfit to keep operating that?
So, Councillor Banga, we want to be clear that there's going to be a smoking area, but then there is a non-smoking area that patrons can venture to consume food or alcohol, and that's why we have that airlock system that's been discussed, is to allow for that. We want no staff entering the smoking area or serving folks in the smoking area. So when we say no service in the smoking area, that means no staff members entering that area, but there's still the ability to consume food and drinks in the non-smoking area.
Okay. And Mr. Chaudhary, are you still around?
Yes, Councillor, I am.
Okay. Yeah, a couple of questions for you. When this whole discussion is about the cultural and social aspects of smoking, I guess hookah smoking, I should say. And when we are separated between those two, does the effect of this thing still remain the same? Is it still same thing as sitting there with basically no food being served, I guess no sharing of anything?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's talking about how we can find, accommodation for, inclusive ways of being in practice, right? So I think at the end of the day, if this is the compromise that is at the table that people can get behind, then I think people in that regard who utilize these spaces to share around social connections would be, applicable to that type of a, predetermined kind of organization. So I think it would be something that people would get behind and support in that regard for sure.
Okay. And I'm kind of, to tell you the truth, I am, my grandfather used to smoke hookah there back in India. And I know what it is and, how this thing works. My another question is, for Mr. Nanda, it's about this business going underground. It is true for any illegal substance.
Yeah, and from a public health perspective, particularly if we're concerned about the most marginalized or vulnerable people, particularly in the communities that consume shisha, a complete ban is not going to protect them, right? A complete ban is going to expose them to greater harm associated with shisha consumption. The best way is to regulate it, ensure it's under the public eye, and try to eradicate all the negative impacts to the most vulnerable, including people working in the establishments as well as minors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, do we not have an 11 o'clock time specific?
Oh, thank you for pointing that out.
Sorry, Councillor. I thought we have at 11 o'clock. Do we not?
It was, and I was curious why my alarm went off. It slipped my mind, so thank you very much. Someone had to point it out. I think glad it was you. Okay, so unfortunately at this point, we're probably going to break before Councillor Knack gets into his questions and deal with
Mr.
our...
Chair,
go ahead.
Chair, if there's only 2 members of committee left, I recognize that but we've got a lot of speakers who have given up their morning, and if we don't get through this next item before lunch, I think it might be more fair to the speakers to try to get through particularly. So I know we've got less than 10 minutes left of questions, I think.
That's a fair point.
I would move to extend just to finish questions of the speakers.
If this is all the questions, then that would make sense. I'll just do a quick scan to see if any councillors were intending to hop back on for any other questions. Okay, so I'll put this to committee to extend to finish questions. We don't need to do a formal vote. I'll just see if there's any objections. Hearing none. Okay, let's try to keep the clock in mind. Go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be very quick. Dr. Zachary, are you still on the line here?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Thank you. 2 questions left for you. We heard today this suggestion around the notion of using coconut shells, and I'm not an expert in any of this, so I just wanted to better understand. Has there been any research or data that you can share about that particular idea that's come forward today?
My understanding about water pipe smoking in general, that they have been found to produce higher emissions of carbon monoxide, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, as well as volatile aldehydes. And these aldehydes are compounds that are often used in fragrances, as they can be strongly scented. And these substances, regardless, can constitute risk to health. And I'm also considering another component which we highlighted from an HS public health perspective is the social modeling component. What we can see is social modeling, when observed behavior becomes normalized through repeated exposure. In the case of smoking behavior, smoke is observed as smoke, regardless of the emitting products. And I would like to highlight the facts as is shared from the WHO reports concerning the spread of water pipe use that bears the potential to serve as a bridge to cigarette smoking, and the need for effective policies and regulations with that respect.
Okay, thank you. My time didn't start, but I only have one more question. I think so I'll just ask it here. This, and it's a fair question related to, can you find a middle ground? And I really truly want to, and I appreciate the perspective that have been brought up by others, that if you ban something, it's going to suddenly be exposing others to a heightened level of use. So I guess I want to ask the question, do we have any data from when smoking has been banned as to whether or not that has increased harm to youth inside homes or decreased harm, or is there anything related to that? Because I think the notion that suddenly it's only going to be used at home and it's going to be not purposely, but it's going to be used that could harm youth because they're around it. Did the smoking ban do that? I don't know. And so I'm just curious. It seems like overall usage has dropped, which on paper would seem like the thing that's the right direction, but I'd like to get your take on that, or anyone who might have some data related to that.
Absolutely, that's a great question. Thanks for bringing this up. I would like also to highlight the fact that the existing bylaw does protect the public from the risks and provides the utmost level of protection, while also preserving an individual or groups of individual private and personal choice to continue to partake it in a culturally relevant way. So it offers protection without the infringement on the personal choice. In terms of the data, Melissa, do you have any data from, if that's possible, Councillor?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's I just wanted
team
to
as well from AHS working on that portfolio. Do we have studies and research with that respect?
Thank you for the question. So specifically in terms of prevalence rates, we don't have that. What we do have is from the World Health Organization, what the framework for implementing legislation should be. And one of those pieces, very importantly, includes protection of the public through clean air laws and bylaws and regulating it that perspective. And it is one of the most effective measures for reducing consumption. And so based on the trend over time and also based on the change in consumption patterns we've seen among youth, that is absolutely, it is an effective means to address that piece surrounding where the practice then takes place. I believe from a public health perspective, what needs to be addressed is that education and awareness. That is the way. So addressing the harms, awareness of how to lower risk and safe consumption, that can absolutely be done. But the answer isn't opening up doors that are not culturally exclusive. And so, the room itself is not going to be culturally exclusive. Employment on public premises is not going to be culturally exclusive. So a lot of the things that are addressed here today are just around why we need to look at this from that broader public perspective, public health perspective. And it's because the spaces may permeate that use outside of the cultural context. And this is when the discussion needs to be broadened outside of that perspective.
I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Zadick with full circle. Go ahead.
Okay, and I'll try and be quick, but if my timer could start there, perfect. I was only going to ask 2 questions, but I have a third question now just because it was just discussed. I get frustrated when we keep on comparing this to tobacco smoke and habits of cigarette smokers. So I'll ask someone, maybe Avnish, if I know when I used to smoke cigarettes, tobacco is addicting, and I'd smoke every 10 or 20 minutes of the day when I could, throughout the whole day. But my understanding was shisha smoke, which I don't partake in, but it might happen once a week or once a day, often after meals. So if you're smoking cigarettes, you're probably going to smoke in your house, you're going to smoke in McDonald's, you're going to smoke in Tim Hortons and wherever else. With shisha, where are people typically consuming how often?
For sure. It's maybe a weekly thing or a monthly thing. Some people do it a bit more, but you've got to understand shisha as kind of not like smoking a cigarette, but kind of an activity that people come together on and socialize, right? So it's a different component than when you compare it with tobacco or tobacco smoking or cigarette smoking, like you're saying, right? It's about how these cultural communities come together to kind of socialize and engage with community, right? Similar to how people will go to a bar for a pint or grab a coffee with their family and friends. So that's what's being missed here, right? Simply saying that you can go into a park and engage in this activity when, Edmonton weather really means that they will not be able to practice this as they did before in any meaningful way. Permitting this to occur in people's houses ensures that there's insufficient, HVAC system regulations to protect people within those homes who shouldn't be subject to this smoke. So what we're proposing is the most, I think, effective middle ground approach that allows this important cultural practice to continue, but at the same time restrict any harms to vulnerable and marginalized people.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, to someone from AHS, when we hear that you can't completely reduce the parts per billion to have zero amounts of shisha particulate in the air, despite our best efforts with air curtains and all that kind of stuff, could staff not wear a disposable mask such as we're doing throughout COVID? Would that not be effective?
if I'm so I can provide an answer, and of course, Melissa, if you wanna please chime in. As highlighted in one of the presentation, we have a common framework for hierarchy of control of hazards, and this would include elimination on the top of the pyramid, and then as a first step, and then substitution, and then engineering measures, which have been discussed, and then administration, and then personal protective equipment, which is considered as the last and least effective way compared to other interventions. So if we're speaking from an evidence-based interventions, that's the least effective interventions from a hierarchy of control. Melissa, do you have anything to add, if that's possible?
No, nothing to add. Thank you, Dr. Zachary.
Okay, thanks. So the PPE would not be effective in this case. Okay, that's
not as yeah. That's if we follow this hierarchy, that's the least effective way.
So it would be somewhat effective. Okay, thanks. Just with 1 minute left, I was trying to, and very sensitive of time here. Anyone can answer my next question. I just want some clarity on why there would be no food or drink allowed in places where people consume shisha. If you can protect staff, such as the customers that want to consume shisha, if they could go out and get a hot cup of tea or some food. From my understanding, shisha is often enjoyed after a meal, and I know we're not trying to go for the nightclub feel here, and there's a lot of comparisons between bars, but in many cases, I know it almost seems that this is designed to hurt the bottom line of these businesses and make them less vulnerable if shisha can get through. That's one reading of this. Why could you not have someone drinking tea and having some type of biscuit and smoking shisha if the staff are protected? Anyone can answer.
Sure. And, we presented this proposal because we had heard and taken the concerns of my friends, the public health folks on this meeting very seriously. So, what Mr. Musa had indicated, that if you eliminate the risk entirely, it's the most effective approach. So by not having service within the smoking area, that was a way to completely eradicate any risk to staff members being exposed to shisha, with the design system in place. So we've seen some studies that indicate certain masks can be helpful in preventing exposure to secondhand smoke to employees, but we've taken an approach that we want zero smoke exposure to employees.
And can I add, if you allow me, regard the hierarchy of control, when we say least effective, it doesn't mean it's not effective completely in this. What it means by least effective, because that's based on the level of impact on the public and the workers. When we say about elimination, that's based on how much the impact. If there is a big impact on the people by fatalities or death or major injuries, that's where we go to the most effective one. But when we say least effective, that's based on the application itself. For those minimal of PPE, part per millions particles, there's some filters actually initiated in the industry that they will actually capture those minimal number of particles in the air. And that's actually part of me working in the oil industry, and there's a lot of filters that's actually meant and designed for a lot of elements and a lot of particles, gas, carbon, and everything. So you can select them, and my customers, the shisha owners, they are willing to go to the extreme limit to whatever makes this actually feasible for them, and they are willing to do it. So they went to the most effective and most expensive approach. And for the filters or the masks, they actually willing to buy it for their staff to minimize that least values of part per millions, as the health staffs mentioned. So they actually effective, the filters, when it goes to that limit, because there is some filters are really, really effective. Thank you.
Thank you. We will leave it at that. Thank you to all our speakers who came out. We really appreciate you taking the time and sharing your expertise and your various opinions to give us a lot of food for thought. Please, if you would like to, you can stick around, after lunch, where we'll be resuming this conversation with questions for administration. And at this point, we will now move to item 6.5, our verbal report. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have a presentation to walk through, but I'd like to start with an introduction of our team this morning. David Aiken from our Community Standards and Neighborhoods branch. We have Jackie Ford and Crystal Kajener from our Social Development branch. We have Phil Harrett and Brian Simpson from Parks and Roads, and we have Kim Fallis Hall, our acting city solicitor. And importantly for members of the committee, we also have senior Edmonton Police Service members with us this morning. Deputy Chief Al Murphy, Deputy Chief Kevin Brzezinski, and Chief Administrative Officer Ninya O'Keir. So on to the next slide. So we are here this morning to inform and communicate to committee our approach to deal with encampments this summer. We have significantly revamped our approach and have much better integration with Edmonton Police Service to reduce as much as possible impacts of encampments in the city. And just by way of background, despite obvious challenges last year, the encampment response team responded to more than 4,000 311 encampment complaints and cleaned up nearly 1,500 sites and supported approximately 116 people into bridge and permanent housing from encampments. The team, made up of Homer Trust, Bissell Center, Boyle Street, Edmonton Police Service, and a number of City of Edmonton departments, meet weekly to coordinate housing outreach and closure and cleanup efforts. In addition to the annual increase in encampments, Edmonton experiences in warmer months, there were also 2 organized encampments established last summer. In an effort to close these sites, administration worked with agency partners to provide housing options and alternative low-barrier shelter spaces for individuals staying at these specific encampments. The next slide. The 2021 encampment strategy was designed around 2 important outcomes. First, to coordinate the closure of low-risk encampments with clear and consistent connections to shelter and housing options. And then secondly, to prevent the establishment of large-scale encampments that have negative health and safety impacts. As shown on the slide, we are implementing a 3-pronged approach, which includes our existing housing focus process and then layers in 2 enforcement approaches to respond to higher risk sites and to discourage large encampments. In order, the 3 approaches are: first, the top of the slide, the housing focused response, which uses an updated risk assessment tool to prioritize encampments for closure and connections to housing through the encampment response team. And secondly, what we've defined as an accelerated response to encampments that pose high-risk health and safety risks to both individuals and communities, led by City and EPS. And then thirdly, at the bottom row of the slide, a coordinated approach led by the City and EPS to respond to large-scale encampments, should they occur, with a corresponding governance structure. In all 3 approaches, cleanup crews are assigned to follow up all camp closures to reduce further impact to the community. And one important point to note is that both police and peace officers will enter any encampment at any location in our city to address safety and security needs. Now the next slides provide some specific on each of those approaches. So first, the housing focused response. The city will respond to low-risk encampments via our encampment response team using a housing-focused approach and an updated risk assessment tool. The updated tool prioritizes the closure of encampments based on severity of risks present, including consideration for things such as fires, waste, proximity to schools, parks, the size of the camp, location, and will automatically elevate high-risk encampments to the accelerated response process led by peace officers and EPS. The encampment response team has demonstrated success quickly housing individuals over the winter with the use of bridge housing, housing outreach workers, and clearly defined enforcement timelines. The intent of this stream is to prevent an encampment from reestablishing in another area by housing camp occupants before enforcement and cleanup action is taken. And then on the next slide, the accelerated response. High-risk encampments can threaten the safety of individuals and the surrounding community and can, in some situations, include criminal activity and violence. High-risk encampments can also pose significant negative impacts to the community, to the environment, and infrastructure. Some examples of where an accelerated response would be used is near playgrounds or schools where children gather, where significant fire risks are present, or when encampments are established directly adjacent to buildings. Typically, encampments initially identified as low risk can become high risk and trigger the accelerated response when they grow in size or present significant public health concerns. Under this response, peace officers and Edmonton Police Service will lead this response, supported by responsive cleanup operations crews. To ensure a compassionate closure, peace officers will share information on accessing available resources such as shelters, services, and transportation options in advance of any enforcement action. Accepting any of the transportation options is voluntary, and Edmonton Police's help team or additional community supports will be engaged whenever possible. And then thirdly, large-scale response. The first two prongs of this approach aim to prevent large encampments from occurring anywhere in our city. However, extenuating circumstances could create the conditions for larger, more complex encampments. In the event this happens, a mix of both a housing-focused and public safety approach is needed. Encampments of this nature will be elevated to an executive committee led by the city and EPS, which I'll talk to on the next slide. So moving forward, our city manager and the chief of police will co-chair an executive committee responsible for making decisions on our joint encampment strategy. This approach will ensure a timely and aligned response to a variety of encampment scenarios between our two organizations. The encampment response team will elevate encampment situations as required for direction and decision-making to ensure that we are both helping and protecting vulnerable people and, importantly, communities. And then on a final slide, a lesson learned from last summer was the need for clear and timely communication with communities impacted by encampments. The city will offer virtual sessions to share information on the encampment strategy and services available to vulnerable people, and provide context on the city's role when it comes to the provision of homeless and housing support. Community members will have an opportunity to ask questions directly to city staff. We will also use this opportunity to gather information from community members about how to best connect with them to provide encampment updates throughout the summer. That concludes our overview. We can now go to questions from committee.
All right, thank you very much. I believe this was selected by Councillor Nickel, so go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Okay, let's for my sake of my understanding, Mr. Smythe, what's the difference between an encampment and a tent?
An encampment and a, sorry?
An encampment and a tent. Is a tent considered an encampment?
Yes.
Okay, so the process, I understand your processes here, so that's all fine. I understand that. So from the reporting of a tent or an encampment, how long till we close it? What is the metric?
Councillor, we don't have a specific number of hours or number of days, but it's certainly the housing-focused response will take more time than the accelerated response, and will be as quick as we possibly can. We have been talking to our legal counsel on the specific metrics and data, and their advice that we wanted to communicate to committee was that if we want to get to that level of detail, we would have to go in private. Those operational pieces, I don't know, Michael, did you want to weigh in on some of those detailed questions? Or Kim?
Well, no, I'm just, we're short on time because I know Councilman McKean wants to jump in here too. So what has been the average time to date for closing an encampment?
Troy, did you want to kind of weigh in on that one, Troy? Troy Carrier?
Yeah, hello. Usually it depends on whether it is deemed high risk or not. Usually within a week is generally the 1 to 7 days. Other times when they're not deemed high risk and other situations apply, then they could go longer. What we try to do is provide an opportunity for outreach to get out to those campers and engage.
I understand that. I understand the outreach. I understand the sensitivity around it. So for the ones that are at high risk, it's a 1 to 7 day kind of metric that we're trying to achieve. So the other encampments, what are the windows we're looking at? I ask these questions because it's about managing community and customer expectations out there with regards to how long things will take. And it's complex, as we know. So this is why I'm asking for some of these numbers. So on the non-essential or the non-emergency ones, what has been our experience in the past in terms of how long it's taken?
Councillor, it can be up to 2+ weeks.
Okay.
As we get our housing
Great.
outreach workers there, work with the agency.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. I think it's just important to understand that number. That as we set kind of an expectation and around it, it may take 3 weeks. It may take 4 weeks. It may take under a week. But at least for me, I feel much more comfortable saying we're working on a 2-week kind of time frame. So that really is helpful for me. So with regards to once an encampment is closed and we have a solution resolved at that point, cleanup now becomes an issue because of again, we have ones that are a little more concerning than others. Do we have a kind of a metric around how long a cleanup will take?
Maybe we'll first ask Phil or Brian to weigh in on that from Parks and Roads.
I can start off, Councillor Brian Simpson here. It depends on the number of camps in the queue and then the urgency of the particular situation. That team's pretty well going every day, so they will prioritize if there's something more urgent, but I'll let Phil give a little more detail on the functionality.
Thank you, Brian. Phil Herrick, Director of Infrastructure Operations for Parks and Roads. To Brian's comments, that they are prioritized by the location of the camp, the size of the camp, things like that. Our intent is to have them cleaned up and out within 2 weeks, but sometimes those camps take a larger crew or additional equipment depending on location.
At present, Mr. Herrick, when it comes to cleanup resources, do you feel they are sufficient to meet the volume of the queue that is being presented or has been presented in the past, or do we need to add resources to you to keep into the 2-week variance or framework?
Thank you, Councillor. I believe at this time we're capable of keeping up with that time frame. What we do is flex the size of the team from other teams, whether it's our turf team or horticulture, to increase the staff to address.
Okay, thank you very much to everyone for those answers. I think it's important to provide clarity, and you've just done so. So I really do appreciate these metrics. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Nicol. We've got Councillor McKean on the board, and then Councillor Caterina.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We had a number of fires and propane explosions in Dawson Park near Riverdale over the last couple of years. That no one died is amazing and fortunate. So those are the kind of camps that would get high rapid response attention. Am I right? I see some nodding.
Councillor, I mean, in my understanding of those situations, those would fall into the accelerated response, where those would be high risk sites, so they would get that quicker response for sure.
Right. Did you engage with any of our social service agencies on this plan?
Maybe Crystal, you can weigh in on that. Or Jen.
Sure. Yeah, happy to. Absolutely. We engage with Homer Trust and Boyle Street Community Services and Bissell as well, who are all part of the outreach ecosystem that are involved in encampment response.
So the honest truth is that the city of Edmonton will face criticism, and the police will face criticism because of the conflict created by homelessness. This is not a blame question here. It's how can we and can we demonstrate to the public through our communications and our behaviors and our actions that this is actually a compassionate response, not just to the communities who may be freaked out, and I can tell you they've been freaked out, but actually to the people who've been camping as well. Do we have a true story to tell about this being a compassionate response?
Yeah, Councillor, I'll start off, and maybe our folks from communications can weigh in. And certainly we've been looking at how we get our story out and really doing a strong messaging. I think there were lessons learned last year where we were slow to respond and not being proactive enough in really communicating to community about our whole approach. Everything from the shelters that have been activated to our encampment response, and tell that comprehensive story. So that certainly is being worked on internally. But my colleague Catherine Owen is also on the call. I just think we need, and Catherine, we could talk about that later. I just want to get a couple more things in here and I think the police got far too much criticism again over this particular issue. And I don't know if any of the people from police can comment on this, but what was filtering into my office through time was that there actually was quite a bit of negative behavior, criminal behavior going on in Camp Pekawewin, which was being categorized as a compassionate response by the organizers, who I'm not blaming this on, but I just don't think any of us can be naive about the potential for crime and exploitation in encampments. Do the police have any response to that?
Yeah, sure. It's Kevin Brzezinski. I would agree with you, Councillor McKean. We certainly have our vulnerable population in some of these encampments, but that also includes some of the very hardcore criminals that are in our society. So it has to be that balance. We have to certainly protect our vulnerable, but we have that other element that is exploiting our vulnerable people, even within those camps. So that definitely a balance. And I think with better communication with the city at the front end, which I think we're doing now, we'll be able to challenge some of these problems.
Kevin, you're going to get portrayed as thugs for going in and dismantling camps. What are you doing around training for your own folks so that this can be done in a way that is reasonable, pragmatic, and yet seen to be compassionate? Sorry for the hard question.
Yeah, no, it's not a hard question at all. And I can let Al, he's in charge of our patrol members, but I can start by saying that, we've experienced a number of incidents recently, obviously, that were very public. I think, we certainly have learned more effective ways of communicating with our folks that are vulnerable and some of the social agencies out there. Al, do you have anything else to add?
And if I could jump in as well before Murphy, because I do think being part of this strategy, one of the teams that will be in focus here is our EPS health team. And one of the biggest things that we have learned, and especially in this year, is about the partnership between our social services providers as well. So the right skills for the right situation. So yes, we are going to be having our community engagement teams taking part, and there could be a patrol response. But first and foremost, this is a housing focused response to this issue. But we are prepared to be addressing some of the victimization that happens to the vulnerable people within these encampments as well. But it has to be done in a humane way.
And I'll just
I'll just add, Councillor, that we tend to use the same members to do this work when working with the city on the encampments. So it's members that have experience doing so, and they have the training and they understand the human side of this. So it's that's a big part of this, and both sides for EPS and the city of Edmonton, I think those involved really understand that the human side that we're dealing with here.
And one of our first actions, Councillor, will be to have a joint media event explaining this approach in all its dimensionality.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to come around with one more question, but I will. Sign
All right, understood. We've got Councillor Caterina next, Councillor Banga, and then I'll ask some questions after Councillor Banga. Go ahead, Councillor Caterina.
Thank you. And just to follow up from Councillor McKean and that. So the issue is not a new issue. We have experience in dealing with the encampments and everything else that we're discussing. So how is this strategy going to be significantly different than what we already know, or how we've handled it before? And give me an example. We stood up the Expo Center. We know what the issues were for the community. And this is the lens I'm looking at: safety and health for the community at this point. We already have that experience and how things went right or went wrong. How is this plan going to mitigate all the concerns that we already know going forward? Mr. Smythe?
Yeah, two quick responses, Councillor. One is the accelerated response, where our peace officers and our EPS colleagues will immediately activate on those higher risk sites and work with the people in the camp in as short a time frame as we can possibly pursue. So they will provide information, but they will move to close down those camps in as short order as we possibly can. So the housing outreach workers are not part of that team in every case. If there's time to get them involved, we will, but not necessarily. So that's an important dimension that's unique going forward for this summer. The other piece that is our governance group, having our chief, our police chief, and our city manager lead that executive decision-making group is another new dimension to our response this summer. And with both of those pieces in play, we feel we have a very much stronger response than we have in the past few years.
Okay. The question of resources has been brought up, and that's what I wanted to ask. Do you have the resources from EPS, from community workers, from park rangers, and so forth and so on, that have been part of this new plan on additional enforcement or strategy?
Maybe we'll let EPS weigh in first, and then city administration can follow up.
Hi, it's Al Murphy here. I can just start off by saying our operational committee, once the plan rolls out some more in reality, we'll understand what the resourcing will look like. I can't fully give you an answer to that right now, but at this point we'll be okay, but it'll just depend on where we end up down the road.
Okay, that goes back to my first question. We already have experience with this, and yet this plan is being rolled out with no knowledge as of yet of what resources you're actually going to need. So that, Mr. Smythe, is problematic for me. The other part of this is if you combine Dawson Park, Kinnaird Ravine, Borden Park, the Forum Inn, now standing up the Spectrum, the jockey quarters, and that you've got a concentration in a very small area of years and years worth of challenges that as fast as camps go up and are taken down, they're back again within hours, or they just move location and that. So again, we have experience, and I don't see anything in this plan that gives me specifics on what you're going to do. You're going to increase presence. You're going to have more resources, more park rangers, on and on and on. So this to me sounds like exactly the same strategy we've always used, without any definite improvements. That's how I see it. Somebody tell me I'm wrong.
Well, Councillor, I think you know, I mean, many cities are facing these same challenges. And I think obviously the housing response, where we have additional hotels through Homeward Trust, the shelters that have been stood up, are all part of the bigger plan. And there's, you know,
Well, Mr. Smythe, we're dealing with a plan here now to deal with encampments in 2021, this summer. Given our past experience, do we have the personnel? Do we have the expertise? Do we have the funding in place to implement this plan? Because it doesn't sound like we're going to do anything different.
Well, Councillor, we believe this is a change. I mean, this is a escalation of our response. Again, there's no magic bullet here, and you know, we'll refine as we go. But with those initial pieces I mentioned in response to your initial question, we believe that this is a full court press to address it. Again, it's not going to be. There's still going to be homeless people in our city who will not go to shelters. We cannot guarantee we're going to solve the problem. I don't know if anybody else wants to weigh in, Jackie or Crystal, on the call.
Well, I'll weigh in, Councillor Katarina. I just want to say that, you know, I wasn't here last year, but I strongly believe that we have added to this plan from everything, including the coordination with EPS and the proactive. Last summer, my perspective was it was reactive. This is very much proactive, to the point where we've even got folks, you know, looking at areas that are likely areas for people to establish camps. And I would also say we've seen some success already with the close coordination with EPS and their support in terms of preventing some of the camps from being set up. And so, you know, in terms of resources, I know EPS is dedicated to providing those resources in the right place in the right time. We have increased our cleaning staff, our seasonal staff, that would and brought them in earlier than we would have last year. So there are some very different aspects of this plan to address things directly based on the lessons learned from last year. So I do think it's very different. I think it's more directive, more proactive, and it does have more resources on it than did last year. And we can perhaps, you know, get you a list of the details of the difference, if that's helpful.
Mr. Corbo, I wish you would have answered my first question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to Councillor Banga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smythe, a couple of questions for you first. I'm looking at the 2020 stats here, 4,000 encampment complaints, and then all these numbers, 116 individual, I guess, people housed at the bridge and/or permanent housing. Okay, so the bridge and the permanent housing, these people, are they there for good, or is it a propensity for them to come back to doing whatever they were doing before?
Maybe we'll let Ms. Ford weigh in on that. She would have some details around that question, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga, for the question. When folks are going into bridge housing, at this point in time, they work closely with their housing outreach worker, and the whole point of that bridge housing is they've committed to moving into bridge housing, and they've committed to work with a housing outreach worker to go into permanent housing. So that particular type of housing is exactly what it is, a bridge between living without permanent housing into a home where they can be set up for success.
All right. Question for my police folks here. When something comes out in the media, all these short clips of incidents, and showing all this, that police are all bad or the peace officers are all bad. I know the police can't usually counter that information because it's still under investigation. But does the police feel that the city can do a better job of countering that? Because they may not be obligated to the same standards as the police are.
All right, fellas, I'm in a different room. I'll jump in on this one. I've been told I've been hard to hear, so can folks hear me?
That works.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. I think that's what we're trying to get to this year with this new strategy. The fact that we have our two corporate communications teams working together to ensure that we can get we can communicate out as timely as possible with the community. There are going to be some things that as an organization that we can't come out with and the city can, and vice versa. Though there's going to be some things that the EPF can lead in, especially with our communications, that it may be best to leave that within the realm of public safety. So I think what we're focusing on this year is that we have a shared accountability and a shared purpose, and that's what's going to be foundationally different from what we experienced last year, that it was reactive and we were trying to figure things out on the fly. We know what to expect this year, so we're putting our collective leadership together to take those steps forward.
Okay. And then I also heard the term assign a level of risk to the encampment. What is the criteria? Like, how do we say this encampment is high risk, but the other one is not?
Councillor Banga, I can answer that question for you. So the risk assessment tool looks at a low, medium, high, and extreme assessment. And by getting to that assessment, we look at the criteria based on size and type. We look at crime and public safety. We look at environment and the context of that. And through that criteria, then we look at the rating of whether it is a low, medium, high, or extreme situation. And once that determination is made, the course of action then can be implemented.
All right. I guess that's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Banga. So, some very interesting questions raised. Thankfully, most of mine have been answered, but so I understand your approach. I understand our challenges. We're doing what we can with the tools we have. And I guess my question would be, understanding that this is not a unique situation to Edmonton. This is happening in major cities all across Canada and the US right now. And it's a problem that's only growing. And that some cities are taking some approaches, and it's varied according to the city. I'm assuming that we're doing jurisdictional scans to find out what is working in other cities. And I am assuming that there are solutions being presented in other cities that we kind of dream or wish that we had the resourcing for. And, as far as maybe accelerated housing, as far as being able to get boots on the ground so that we don't have this week-long encampment where people are getting comfortable or maybe even falling into harm because they don't have the appropriate housing and that sort of thing. So I'm just wondering, do we actually have the resourcing to effectively deal with this situation so that we see a decrease and a rapid decrease of these encampment situations that frankly put people at risk, the people in the encampments most of all?
Councillor Paquette, I wouldn't mind just starting, Rob, just to answer the first part of the question, which is the jurisdictional scans. And I just wanted to clarify that, I get together with the big city CAOs across the country every 2 weeks, and this is on our agenda. And in fact, at one of the upcoming meetings, I'm going to try to present our strategy with a view to sort of eking out others' thoughts on it sometime. And I did this with our recovery strategy with the group as well, and it resulted in, other ideas coming back. So this is a discussion at the big city CAOs forum that we hold every 2 weeks. I think quickly from a resource perspective, I think we'll always be wanting more resources. I believe, particular to this plan, with council's decision on the COVID funding, I can bring more resources to it if I need to in the short term. But I think the question is probably more of a longer term focus in housing and other things that we've chatted about before. But sorry, Rob, I just wanted to interject on the CAO piece.
No, the only other thing I would just add, when we talk to agencies like Homer Trust, Susan McGee, their executive director, she's often asked, often seen as in Edmonton as one of the best practices in the country. So she's often asked for advice. But Crystal, maybe you could weigh in terms of further commentary on Councillor Paquette's question.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Councillor Paquette, that's a really good question, and we've definitely in the last few years have evolved our practice around encampments significantly, and a lot of that has been through research and evidence-based practice and data collection. So, some examples of that are the risk assessment tool, which we never used to guide our response to encampments, but does presently, and we brought that in after doing an extensive consultation of practices in other jurisdictions and consulting people who are sort of leaders in this across North America. We also, another example would be bridge housing. That was an intervention that was not previously available in Edmonton and is not available in many cities across the country, but we've brought that in with the Jockey Dorms as the first project, and since the pandemic started, hundreds more rooms, which has significantly augmented our response on the housing side. I think Mr. Smythe and Mr. Corbould referred to the long-term piece, and as council knows, there is some people's needs just can't currently be met by existing housing interventions, and that's why council has prioritized the supply of supportive housing, or ensuring that we increase that long-term supply. And so absolutely we need more resources around that. But in terms of short-term pieces, medium-term pieces, we are constantly staying abreast of best practices and looking at the data and evidence and coming up with new ways to tackle this problem differently.
Okay, because I would put receipt of information for this on the table, but I'm tempted to put forth a subsequent motion that admin prepare some sort of unfunded program, or at least let us know what your needs are. I don't have wording for it because I'm just thinking about it, but if we could do this in a way that actually demonstrated not only to our public but to the people in these situations that we can solve this, what would that look like? That's what I'm curious about. What would that look like, and do we need such a subsequent motion? That's my last question.
I don't know. We have to think that through some more, Councillor. I mean, certainly the funding Council has dedicated to this file in terms of permanent supportive housing on both capital and the operating side is that long-term piece. In terms of additional housing outreach workers or funding for agencies to provide more outreach workers or more peace officers, I mean, we haven't reflected on that. I mean, we have that fiscal overlay corporately that we're managing as well. So we would have to think that through some more in terms of, a quicker response, and that may be better positioned in the 23 to 26 timeframe, that 4-year, when we work on that 4-year budget. But
okay, well, I'll take that offline. It's just we know that the whole whack-a-mole approach is just not a good one. So thank you. We'll go to Councillor. Well, we had Councillor McKeen next. Councillor Nickel came on the board. Gentlemen, do you want to arm wrestle for the privilege?
No, Councillor McKeen can go first for sure.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McKeen.
Well, Mr. Chair, I have one question, and then I would like to speak to this, to be honest, as sort of the ward I represent being a flashpoint for a lot of this. So I'm hoping you'll give me some time. I'll try to keep it short. But my question is simply, if we are going to follow through on this encampment strategy, it would seem to me we have to have a place to take people. And I'm just wondering if we believe that we have capacity in the system to take people somewhere that is safe and warm and dry.
Again, Jackie or Crystal, do you have a perspective on that?
What I can tell you, Councillor McKeen, is that at any given night currently, and even last summer when we were experiencing issues, there was available spaces in the emergency shelter system in Edmonton. And so there are places that can people can go. We are working really closely on the sort of operational level to ensure that there's close connections between service providers and people seeking services, and also the agencies that might be directing them, whether that's on the outreach side of things or the enforcement side of things. So obviously we work closely with our partners at the Government of Alberta around the shelter system generally, but I can tell you that again, any given night, there is places for people to go that are warm and safe if they choose to take them.
Thank you very much, which might lead to an upcoming discussion around shelter standards, which is important. But Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'll just speak briefly to receipt of information on this.
Yep,
and offer my appreciation to our administration and to the police service on this. The story over the last couple of years has not been nuanced or balanced. There's been a lot of criticism directed particularly at the police for the work they do. And we're working through all those issues, and I know they're engaged in working on those issues with what I see as real humility from the police. So I'm really happy about that. But I got to tell you, the number of legitimate, serious concerns that were coming into my office from constituents who were scared spitless, I said spitless, over confrontation, over people getting into their houses, over people accidentally starting propane fires near their homes, and kids being traumatized by that. We just need some balance to this story. Everybody on this council has spoken up about looking properly and compassionately looking after vulnerable people. That is a number one priority, and I've never heard anybody on this council or administration or on the police service in my 6 years on the police commission say that that was not a priority, to deal with vulnerable people in a compassionate way. But the balanced part of the story is that there are communities and businesses suffering from this gap in our capacity right now to house every homeless person. So I think this is a pragmatic response. It will be unpopular. It will create some controversy. But, and I know that Councillor Paquette, you and I talked, I think a year or so ago about Camp Pekawaywen and some of the needs it was fulfilling for people. But then I started to hear about exploitation and danger, and even for first responders going to the camp. So there's no simple story here. But as long as we can follow through and deal with these folks in a respectful way and look after their needs as best we can, that will also help our business community and my constituents who have been freaked out at times by this, and so I'm really happy to see this coordinated response. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And I'll also move that we extend orders to finish what we've got here. We've got Councillor Nicol on board, and then I'll want to speak to this very quickly. So any objections to extending orders? Hearing none, go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
Okay, Mr. Corbould, you can appreciate what I'm about to ask, some questions I'm going to ask you. So in the spirit of trust but verify, what I don't see in this report the areas or the results where it's acceptable to have success. So what is going to be your reporting mechanism back with regards to the metrics about what you've done, how you've done, and how is this council going to be aware of or be made aware of whether we're moving the needle or not? So what is your vision of reporting back to us, how often, these sorts of things? Because this is fine as a process. I'm interested in seeing the results.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Nickel, for the question. We haven't laid that out in this report, that's right, but we've chatted about the importance of the need for data, not only to get to council in terms of progress or not, and challenges and how we're shifting resources, but also for the public, which has been discussed in some of the questions. So I can certainly commit to return back to you on a regular basis and this committee in terms of talking about the results and the data associated. So the number of camps that have popped up, the number of hours or days it takes to get them dealt with, and so we can certainly commit. I just can't lay it out in detail, but we have no problem with coming back sort of as a bit of a standing item throughout the summer to this committee, perhaps every second meeting or depending on the agenda. But it is part of our plan to track and collect this data very closely.
Well, in the spirit of trying to get everyone out of trouble as opposed to into trouble, as you know, I've said that quite often. I think some sort of tracking and reporting of those metrics would be very helpful for everyone, for not just for this council, but for yourself and for everyone else out there. And I'll just say this, very clearly, I'm a believer in fixing the result and varying the process, not fixing the process and letting the results vary. So just speaking to it real quickly, Councillor Paquette, that's what we have to focus on, are the results. And we all want them. We all got to get them. So once we get these metrics established in terms of what's going on the ground, then we know whether we're winning or losing the battle. And that's very important. I think you can appreciate that, Mr. Corbould, and that line of thinking. So thank you.
Yeah, certainly, Council. We'll make sure we get back to you with a plan on that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nickel. Just quickly speaking on this. One of the things that often gets lost in these conversations is the fact that this did not arise out of nowhere. It did not just spring into existence. This is the result of coming on centuries of actual intent. We know that the intent, when it comes to Indigenous people who happen to represent the greatest percentage of our homeless community, we know that the intent of government policy was to smash culture, was to destroy culture, was to, if you could not kill the Indian, then kill the Indian in the child. And that resulted in some of the most nightmarish and horrific and disgusting applications of power over children that our country has ever seen. And that happened generation after generation after generation, delivering broken and harmed people back into their community again and again and again. That is why we are here for the most part. Another aspect is because we ignore the science on addiction. We ignore the science on poverty. We ignore generational trauma. We ignore disability. And we say we don't, but the proof is in the pudding. We may want to change that, and we may be committed to changing that, but we are the inheritors of those attitudes. And if we do not talk about them openly, we cannot repair these things and fix them openly. And so when I see politicization of these issues, when I see people who have their images plastered on social media, who are at the lowest point in their life and the lowest point of their families' lives, it makes me sick to my stomach. And I'm certainly not offended out of some sort of social justice position. I'm offended as a human being on behalf of other human beings. If we want to address this and do it right, then we have to do right. We all have a good effort that we want to approach in a good way. We should have each other's backs, and we should be doing this in unison And especially on the political level, we need leadership and unity. I'm really proud of our administration. I'm proud of all the organizations who are involved because I know that your efforts are there. My only concern is that we do not have full buy-in from all levels of government to actually address these issues in a way that will solve them, and we can solve them. I was raised with an ethic that if one person is hungry, the entire community is hungry. If one person is without a home, the entire community is without a home. If one person is sick, the entire community is sick. And if we had that ethic every single day, in no world would we have people suffering and dying and being taken advantage of on our streets. And so I hope this indicates a change that we all want. And I think it does. I have great faith in the people involved. And I look forward to seeing excellent results. Thank you. Hi. So if there's no one else, just scan the board. Not seeing any. Receipt of information, please vote. I am a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, administration. We'll be back at 1:30. We are adjourned for lunch. It's amazing what a Tylenol can do to improve your mood when you've got a terrible headache. Not sure if it's needed, but if it is, just want to offer a little apology for coming on heavy before the lunch break. And hope everyone knows I really appreciate you. We will now resume this Community and Public Services Committee meeting, and I'll just do a quick roll call. Councillor Nicol.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Councillor Zadek.
Good.
I see you there.
Yes.
Looking good. I like the knot on your tie. And Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
There you are. You look good too.
Thanks for that pity compliment. I
I see
appreciate it.
by Councillor Henderson. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here, thanks.
All right. And going down the list, see if we see any other. Let's see anyone else. If I missed you, feel free to speak up. But we are now, oh, there we go. Councillor Cartmel, good to see you. All right. Well, we are now moving back to item 6.1, and we will now be taking or asking questions of administration. And I see that we've got Councillor Nicol already on the board, and I'll just double check to see if Councillor Zadek has any questions first, as he selected this item.
Yeah, Councillor Nicol can go first. I'm just getting my notes out from before lunch.
Perfect. All right, go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zadek here. Sorry. So to administration, I will give you my kind of framework and thinking on this is that it has to start with a zero harm model, right? That is the assumption. But there is a question of what should come first, is what I'm hearing from some of the people advocating lifting the ban. It's difficult. I'll be quite frank. Oh, sorry. It's difficult to be quite frank because it is a bit of a chicken and egg argument. And I hope Councillor Cartmel can come on here and ask some of those engineering questions, because really, has administration seen a demonstrable model that would provide that zero harm benchmark, and what would that look like? I know that's a tough question, but that's unfortunately where I have to start, because I have no objective measures here.
Councillor Nicol, you're correct. At this point, there are no objective measures, and it'd be very challenging to have a zero harm approach. And perhaps somebody from the team could speak to some of the concerns with HVAC, some of our concerns with employees in the workplace, as well as the City of Edmonton's employees who would have to do inspections in those workplaces.
And before you start, I'm starting from the assumption, right, that we should be open to the possibility that a model may exist, but I just don't understand the shape of it right now. That's where I'm sitting right now.
Councillor Nicol, it may exist from our preliminary work that we've done. It's challenging to see how we'd come up with that.
Yeah. Any other comments from administration?
Councillor Nicol, I'll just add to that the building code does not specify specific ventilation rate requirements that would result in a zero impact or safe indoor air quality. So it's an area that we need to work with Health Canada, with the Safety Codes Council, and with our stakeholders to establish.
Am I incorrect? If I'm incorrect, please, you may strike me down. Calgary does allow shisha lounges. Is that correct or incorrect?
That's correct, Councillor Nicol.
What kind of form does Calgary allow? Because they're our closest benchmark comparator. And how do they, and maybe somebody can edify me on how they rationalize this, and maybe I'm missing something that Calgary has figured out.
Councillor Nicol, that's a piece we'd have to take back. I'm not quite sure what the requirements that Calgary has. We don't have that information yet.
So Okay, so the seashore lounges do exist in Calgary. I'm afraid I don't know how these business models work, so I must confess a considerable amount of ignorance. And so so they do point to this. Mr. Aiken, do you know anything about the Calgary model, Shisha model? No?
No, unfortunately not, Councillor.
Okay, so I don't want to speculate. I don't want to force anybody into speculation. That would be inappropriate. So I guess I'll turn it over to Councillor Zidek and others here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nicol. Go ahead, Councillor Zidek.
Thanks. We're just picking up on the Calgary question. If this was referred back to administration to work with the shisha lounges that obviously don't exist at the moment officially, to figure out what they've brought forward and how it can exist in Calgary, which we use as comparators all the time when often it's convenient to talk about snow removal comparisons when there's similar climates between Calgary and Edmonton. This just seems, within the same province, similar land uses and histories of the two cities. Would you be able to look at the Calgary model, work with the stakeholders that we heard from today who are saying that they can bring forward something that they're confident will meet all the health requirements? Is that possible?
Councillor Zidek, of course, anything's possible if it's the will of council for us to look at it. However, right now in our work plan, we're very focused on our business license renewal work. And this isn't in our work plan right now to do this, to do that type of work.
But if council asked for it, we could probably accommodate it, realizing that we'd have to juggle stuff around. But we know there's about 20 businesses that would pop up right away if they could open, but our bylaw closed them. So how would that rank into administration's prioritization that we could get 20 businesses to open their doors if this was allowed?
So council made the decision to close it in July of 2020. And if it was the will of council for us to look at this again, I would say that we wouldn't have the time in our work plan to start that work until 2022. Engagement will be very important with this. We heard that from a number of the speakers in terms of using a GBA plus approach to the engagement, any engagement that would be needed to be done. And in order to do that, we would need to make sure that we've got the right engagement program scoped out.
So a lot of engagement has already occurred, but it sounds like it didn't really hit on the GBA plus analysis much. So could the existing engagement, which was recent, not be used and just augmented with reaching out to those folks that got missed the first time?
There was very limited engagement done for this motion. The reply to this motion was just to look at what we would have to change if that was the will to change the bylaws. And all that happened was just one meeting. So I wouldn't even call that engagement. I would just call that an info session, a meeting where we missed, yes, for sure, a number of people because it wasn't designed to be a robust engagement process.
There was also research, Councillor, and it was quite inconclusive, survey research.
Okay, but I think that the engagement was a bit more robust than described a year ago when we closed these establishments down, right? And that was recent as far as I'm concerned.
Councillor, that's correct. In 2019, we did engagement of the public with surveys. We engaged the business owners and the health officials relative to their thoughts on, at that point in time, the time frame relative to shutting down those shisha establishments.
So could that engagement, which is 2 years old, be augmented by a GBA plus analysis with targeted engagement at those those that didn't get engaged properly the first time, or not properly, but didn't really get included for whatever reason the first time?
Certainly, it could be added to, yes.
Okay, and what are the thoughts of administration on, I'll use the term grandfathering loosely because, of course, right now, there's no shisha establishments, but similar to, say, take the analogy of taxi medallions, where there might be more taxis than we allow, but we limit the number for a variety of reasons. If we had, say, 15 or 20 licenses for shisha establishments, would that put to bed some of the fears that this is going to proliferate everywhere and people are going to start smoking cigarettes in coffee shops? If we just allow 15 or 20 shisha establishments and say no more, or maybe have, add another per 100,000 people that come into the city, some type of metric like that, what would that do if we had that factored in?
Councillor Zidek, the public places bylaw that prohibited shisha in 2019, it was really to align with the regulations of tobacco and cannabis smoking. Businesses could still operate as a restaurant or a bar or food service. I recognize the challenge over the last year in terms of the COVID impact, but from an equity perspective, there's the opportunity there's no opportunities for new businesses, and it's getting into a limited license model, which isn't really an equitable approach.
But it's better than having no establishments. I'm out of time here. I have a motion and another round requested, but I'll try and be quick, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zidek. I should notice that I noticed that Councillor Banga also hopped on to join us. So, Councillor Banga, and I'm looking at the list. I don't actually see anyone else. So, Councillor Zidek, if you want to hop on again, now's your time.
Yeah. So, to Ms. Petrin, I understand what you're saying from an equitable perspective. If shisha lounges are allowed, you would want every possible person that wants to have a shisha lounge to have that opportunity. But we use sort of a quota method with taxis, as was my example. Would it not make some sense that instead of having it completely prohibited, just allowing a small number of these places to exist, and with the utmost public health concerns in mind, from what we set the strongest criteria possible, other than the criteria that they just don't exist. But if everything under current engineering and best practices is in place, similar to what they're doing in Calgary or Germany or England, would it make? But noting that there's a fear that some people seem to think that if we allow this to come back, there was only ever 40 at their peak, from what I understand. But if we just limit that number, does that help with some of our public policy objectives, such as ensuring that it's not going to be widespread all over the place?
Councillor Zidek, if it was the will of council to direct that work, that's certainly something we could explore. The consumption of shisha is still identified as having negative health impacts, but nonetheless, the work to enable shisha consumption indoors, requires the business license bylaw review with the conditions that were stated in the motion, amending the public places bylaw along with the engagement. So that is something that we can look at what the options might be in terms of the number of businesses suggested that you have suggested.
Okay. And does
Councillor Zidek, if I could just add to Kim's comments, as you know, the number of shisha establishments have increased quite rapidly over the last several years because of the nature of where tobacco was going, and this was seen as another opportunity to set up those businesses. And so I think you're right. Our last count was around the low 40s of establishments, with some of them just getting into that business, and then council made the decision to close them down. But when you think about the issue of the zero harm model, and certainly there's been conversation around the technical aspect of heating and ventilating, and is that sufficient and adequate? I would like to raise the enforcement piece of that understanding, because again, with our officers having to go into that area, then that doesn't equate to a zero harm model, because we actually have to go in there if we do get complaints, because our staff in our current model don't have those respirators and things to keep themselves safe. But again, looking to the future, we could see a time when our staff had disposable coveralls and respirators. But again, the reality is that our staff would still have to go into those locations if there were patron issues, to understand that what substances, if they were illicit or they weren't actual shisha, we wouldn't know that. And so there's some testing requirements and all those sorts of things. And so it would be hard for enforcement beyond just the technical aspects of whether you can or cannot limit any harm to workers and things like that. And also the report highlights the issue of business owners dealing with patrons, cleaning, sanitizing, those things are also a consideration of the zero harm model.
Yeah, I understand. I think we could be up to the challenge to properly protect our inspectors. If we have some limited shisha lounges available. By way of comparison, if you're allowed to smoke shisha in parks right now, could you not have a patio attached to a restaurant that allows shisha, completely outdoors. I get that's not ideal for the winter.
So from a legislative perspective, yes, anything's possible. As you know, smoking within parkland is not allowed, as regulated. What is allowed is in public space. And so again, a council would have to weigh whether they want to go back to where we don't allow any sort of smoking or vaping on patios, and whether that under certain circumstances would be allowed or not.
Okay. Does administration believe that shisha smoking leads to tobacco smoking, as in cigarettes?
Councillor Zadick, we're not the public health authority here, and I think we've got ample public health advice that has suggested perhaps that is the case, but I don't think administration has a response on that. We would go to the advice provided by Dr. Sikora and his team.
Okay, yeah, I've heard conflicting, or I don't see the causal relationship between shisha and cigarette addiction. Mr. Chair, I have a motion. I don't know if you want me to read that now or wait for more questions from other councillors.
Well, technically you're out of time. Councillor Nichols on the board. So why don't we go to Councillor Nichols, and that way you can introduce it with your new round.
No, let him do his motion. Yeah, because it's
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thanks. I won't introduce it other than just reading it. So the Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that administration work with stakeholders to evaluate mitigation measures that will address the primary concerns of the city and Alberta Health Services, and prepare amendments to the business license bylaw 13138 to establish a separate business license category to permit smoking shisha hookah indoors, with additional conditions and amendments to the public places bylaw 14614 to allow indoor shisha smoking. That's the motion. I don't need to introduce it, but I can take questions.
Okay, Councillor Nichols, go ahead.
To Councillor Zidek, I very much appreciate the motion, but I'm going to take a step back here, a couple of steps, Councillor Zidek, because I do agree with the zero harm approach with regards to tobacco use and these sorts on that file. The question, I guess, I would go to administration in a don't you think kind of fashion, and forgive me, Councillor Zidek, is that would it not be on the onus of the business in question to provide evidence of zero harm provisions, as opposed to administration trying to drag support them in that? And this is where because I'm not the health expert, I'm not the virologist, I am not the those folks, and that's kind of the question. Maybe they need to put a model forth that for us to review, as opposed to us establishing metrics that way because of our workflow. I don't know.
I have a response to that. Was that directed to me?
Yeah, sure, John, yeah, shoot. Yeah, go ahead.
My understanding with talking with some of the folks that presented later from members of the public earlier today is that they have presented administration with mitigation measures, and that was heard out, but I don't think it was reflected in the report. And at this point, this is starting to get a little bit circular, where I just wanted to make a process where we can put this issue to bed maybe once and for all. So the best practices that our local industry is willing to adhere to could be put forward, and someone needs to evaluate that if that's going to be acceptable to the city or not. So this motion was intended to continue that dialogue, not a report for the sake of a report, but really to get the industry that's impacted to demonstrate how they're meeting or exceeding the concerns. And obviously the concern of can't have it at all, that'd be hard to address. But other than that, I think they're willing to go above and beyond our expectations and vastly improve it to how it was when it was permitted a year ago.
Well, okay, I'll let it sit at that, and I understand Councillor Zidek's perspective on that. I'll listen to Councillor Knack. Maybe he has some wisdom for me.
Councillor Zach, do you have some wisdom for us?
No, Knack is the one with the wisdom, I hear. And that's coming directly from Councillor.
Councillor Knack, you have some wisdom for me.
Go ahead.
No, rarely do I have wisdom, but I do have questions. So we'll see here. So if I heard, and maybe to the mover first, just because I think your answer to Councillor Nichols' question helped me understand, but so your intent is to essentially have the folks that are interested in doing this be able to prove that they have, in fact, the zero harm model. My struggle right now is the even if this comes in the 2022 work plan for City of Minden, I don't know if this is the top priority with the zoning bylaw renewal, with all of the other work that they're doing. So I'm hesitant to ask admin to do something on this, and I know I rarely do this, but they've got a lot of major topics on their plate. So is the ask through this motion to say put it on the shoulders of those looking to do this, have them sign off that there's zero harm to anyone as signed off by Alberta Health, and then for that to come back?
Pretty much. I haven't used the term zero harm. I would say similar harm to alcohol consumption. But those are my words. But my understanding is that they've already approached administration and have had conversations, but I don't know if that didn't filter its way into this report. So back to just this council having as perfect of information as possible. I don't think we received that today, with all due respect. And to your point, there's a million things going on with the city, and there's a lot of priorities. But I think the industry it's a turnkey thing for them. They already know how to address these issues. They're going to talk about what they've talked about before, but it just needs to be properly captured in some way so that this council can evaluate if this reduced harm model could be.
So that leads me then to a follow-up, and I'm not trying to be the buzzkill on this one here. I'm sorry, but I for me, zero harm is a for me to even want to entertain this, and I think there's still a debate on that, but in my mind, the only thing I would accept is a zero harm model, and if that can't be proven, then it's a non-starter for me, and I'll speak to it later as to why I think that's important. But if the motion, the way it's worded, doesn't assume a zero harm model, that I guess I'm speaking to it in the sense that I definitely can't support it that way. I would still struggle if it includes it, but I want to make sure I'm clear what we're being asked to vote on. And you've said that you're looking to mitigate, but not to have a zero harm model.
I don't want an impossible standard, but if you want to make, because we heard from some folks today that just smoking anywhere within the vicinity,
and I'm not trying to get you to change your motion. I want to be upfront about where my head's at on this. And so if that's your desire, that's fine. I just want to make sure I know what I'll be speaking to when the time comes. But
for sure, I can't amend my own motion unless maybe I'm not correct about that. But if someone wants to amend this to include zero harm, that's just, to me, that's a bar that might make this. Well, quite frankly, it's hard to argue zero harm when everything we do, including consuming alcohol and coffee, has some harm.
No, very fair point. Okay, so that's helpful. I'll think about if I want to do that amendment. I see Councillor Paquette's on, so I'll stop at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I was hoping for a little more wisdom, but that was pretty good. So I do have some questions for administration because I really need to unpack this in my mind. We're speaking of this as a business model, a cultural model, a safety model, an equity model. In your mind, what are we dealing with here?
If I'm looking at the motion here before us here, Councillor Paquette, it's not quite clear what the end outcome is for administration in terms of what the model is that we are trying to align to if we were to establish mitigation measures, if that it was a zero harm or if that was an equity lens that we should be using. And then it also predetermines that we would be changing bylaws to allow for shisha and hookah indoors and without the engagement to support, or not even to support, without the engagement for the perspectives, it'd be hard for us to figure out what parts of that bylaw to amend to allow for it, to be able to bring in those mitigation measures. It's not clear what the overall outcome is yet.
Okay, so Councillor Zadick, and then that would, I guess, would go to you.
Sorry, what was the question?
What is the what's the outcome intent here? Like, what is administration working toward?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, when shisha was allowed, it wasn't causing many problems, or at least not a disproportionate amount of problems outside of, like, some of them were similar to nightclubs and you would get the same type of disturbances that a nightclub would have, and some of them were restaurants and they allowed that. Basically, the outcome that I want to get is 20 or so more businesses back in business, a city of 1 million people that has some experiences that are different than in other cities, where we're hearing similar to places like Calgary and in Western Europe. But just a city where this is a safe option, similar to cigar bars in other areas, so the cultural lens is important, and I don't think we should be hung up on that. It's just sort of, if you don't like shisha, don't go into these places, and for them, in the scenario where an employee has no other choice of employment other than a shisha place, get them all the PPE and other measures that we can put in place so that they feel safe at work.
Okay. All right. Okay. So trying to see where we're at here. So on one hand, we're saying, if we don't do this, people are going to just continue to use shisha at home, and there's the concern about using shisha at home and smoke and secondhand smoke because it's combustible. On the other hand, we're saying we can reduce that harm by allowing establishments. And we've got one engineer who's saying that he can create a zero harm model for folks who are not choosing to smoke. And so this is not a controlled substance. That's the thing. This is not tobacco. It's not cannabis. And so if someone can legitimately create a zero harm model, and I don't know if that's true. Frankly, I'm a little bit skeptical. But if it can be done, then I guess to administration, because it's not a controlled substance, and therefore we have no legal reason not to allow it, if they can prove a zero harm model, does that impact other businesses if we go into the bylaw?
Councillor Paquette, I don't know yet. We haven't done that work yet, so it's really challenging for us to be able to answer this question right now. The motion we responded to was just to look at what would need to change. Sure.
Yeah.
Team has anything to add to that, if they've got other insight that they could share?
Councillor Paquette, we just add, from a zero harm perspective is challenging. We understand from the building code around the ventilation rates, et cetera. We can certainly dilute, but eliminating is very, very challenging.
And that's the crux of it, because then, that gets into workplace safety. And that is actually a very important aspect that we cannot gloss over. Like, that cannot be something that we budge on. And that's where I'm finding a little bit of tension here when it comes down to worker safety. I'm out of time. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just question to administration first. Is when I'm looking at this motion that administration work with stakeholders to evaluate mitigation measures. This is, to me, it seems like, excuse me, an effort to justify rather than get any feedback. Would I be correct in that?
The way that we would interpret this motion is that that this motion's directing us to make the changes to the appropriate bylaws. Well, just the business license category bylaw. We'd actually also need to look at the public places bylaw in order for indoor shisha to be allowed. And that we would go figure out if it was to be allowed, what we would have to change in the bylaw, understanding potential mitigation measures. When we got into it, there might be other things that might need to be changed as well before we could permit the change.
So it seems like it's quite a bit of work. I know there are stakeholders on the yay side, there are stakeholders on the nay side, and then we got the health effects and everything else. But that's extensive work. Would you agree?
It would be extensive work, and we'd have to really engage with Alberta Health Services, and I'm not sure what their capacity is right now, seeing as we're dealing with a third wave of COVID-19. So that's something that we'd have to understand before we'd embark on this work.
Okay. Well, I don't really have no further questions. However, I think this motion at this point in time, even though I don't have any vote on this committee, to me it sounds like a much directed effort towards an outcome rather than just exploring. So for me, it's difficult to support at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack.
I think I'm ready to speak if nobody else is on the board.
All right. Now it's time for wisdom. Go ahead.
There still probably won't be much, but so I went back and forth. So I want to start again. I want to thank Councillor Dziadyk. I know why he's working on this. I know the importance of this, and I appreciate the speakers who came today who this is also important to them. And, you know, I really wanted to take to heart the comments today that also incorporated some of the conversation around that all-encompassing, that GBA plus approach, the cultural aspect as well. And I really wanted to think about that. I didn't want to just simply say no because I think the health reasons were not being addressed. So I also tried to think if there was a way to reword this motion in a way that I could get to a supportive place. And unfortunately, I'm struggling. And that's why I think I just felt like I need to speak to it now instead of trying to figure out what the wording would be. So number one, and why I didn't bother amending this to a zero harm model, because I think that at a minimum would have to be part of it for me to support, to even begin consideration, is I recognize that's a very high bar, potentially even an impossibly high bar, as I think our mover mentioned earlier. But when it comes to health issue like this, where we have clear data, I think it needs to be impossibly high, or at least incredibly high, in order to feel comfortable that no person who is there, who doesn't choose to be there because maybe they're working or anything like that, is not exposed to something that could cause harm. I very much agree with it. If people want to do that by choice in their own home or even in a spot, if we can be certain it's not causing harm to others, just because I might not want to use that substance. I don't use hookah. I don't drink coffee. I don't use any of those things. I'm a boring guy. But for somebody to choose to do that, that's perfectly fine, as long as I can be certain that their decision is not harming someone else. And so I think to ask administration to lead this work, or at least the way the motion is worded today, I think asks them to do work on something that has set a very high bar. And I think the better approach, and I also don't want to create false hope, but I think the better approach is for the proponents to look at and work with folks from Alberta Health Services to say, if we did this, do you believe this would have zero harm to somebody else? And if they got to that point, and with our experts from Alberta Health and some of these other spots, and said, yeah, we managed to create a way that absolutely we can be certain that there's no harm to somebody about secondhand impacts, I possibly, that's my scenario where I'd be more open to it. I still think there's a valid conversation about modeling and all those other pieces that were raised, but that to me helps address my biggest concern. But at the moment, I don't think the right approach is to, even a year from now, because the way I'm interpreting this motion is that they wouldn't start it till at least next year when they have capacity. I'm not sure this is the right way forward. And I know that feels a touch unfair that we're asking folks to potentially invest time and effort into seeing if they can create that themselves. But I think when we're talking about something as serious as health, it is really important. And Councillor McKean's question earlier also really resonated with me about that. When I think about the cultural aspect too, there's both a cultural aspect related to the use of this product, and the product is not being banned from use across the city. It's not being allowed used in a certain space. But there's also that, shouldn't every Edmontonian, no matter their cultural background, no matter where they come from, have access to that guaranteed certainty around health? And so I appreciate that my position feels unreasonably high in terms of the desire to make a change, but I keep coming back to, I think we need to have that if we were ever going to do this. And I don't want to create false hope. Spending time and effort on something that may never be able to be accomplished is not good use of anyone's time. And so, again, appreciating where you're coming from, Councillor Zadick. I know you've worked hard on this, and so I don't vote against this out of malice or anything else. I respect the work you've done on this, and I know why you even the wording of it. I just can't get to a point where I think we are going to be able to protect the well-being of those who choose not to, and that to me is the deciding factor for this. So I won't support it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Knack. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board. I'm sure that Councillor Zadick would like to close, so I'll just weigh in as well. Yeah, I'm in agreement with what I've heard from Councillor Nicol and Councillor Knack today. I brought forward the motion to take a look at this because I thought it deserved another look. And I still think it deserves another look, but I think it may have to be looked at in another way at this point. We actually don't have the information that we need for administration to go forward with this work currently. Or if they do go forward with this work currently, they will have huge gaps in knowledge because there's simply not the studies done. So I think Councillor Knack's position of the next step would be to work with Alberta Health Services and with the medical community and with the engineering community to see if this can be done. Because if it can be done, I don't think that there would be any impediment here. I think it would be, full boosters. Let's go. So that may be the next step if the proponents would like to take that next step. I know it's an investment in time and energy, but because that work would have to be done anyway, if a motion like this were to go forward and reach its inevitable conclusion, it makes a lot more sense to do that now before we start investing more city money, before we even have those very necessary aspects in place. So that's sort of where I stand. Now, the troubling part for me, I think, because that part to me is very, very clear and straightforward. The troubling part for me is where this overlaps over the cultural issues. And that I don't have a good answer for, to be frank. I think that people should be able to practice their culture. And if this is a way that, people have a shared important information in their community, helps families, helps business deals, whatever it is, whatever happens around that communal sort of experience, I think it's probably very important. And from what I've heard, in some cases, it's very integral to the community's expression of itself. So that's my sticking point. But again, that's actually not part of the motion here. So I think that there's some more work to be done because this is not a closing of the door. Some people would wish it was, I know, but it isn't. This is just another step in a process that I think is absolutely necessary if this is going to go forward and go forward in the right way. So I support the spirit of what this motion may be trying to accomplish, but at this point, I'm not sure if this is the direction that is the fairest to the proponent, since there's all those other aspects of work that still have to be completed before administration can even start contemplating this. So that's where I'm at. Councillor Zadick, did you want to?
I'm sorry, my e-scribe dropped off. Can I make a quick comment, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely. Yeah, the floor is yours.
This is the same. I'm going to compare this to some of the discussions I've been having with the cannabis sector. And I appreciate and I understand these are businessmen and they want a viable business model with a cultural component to it. But like I said to the cannabis sector, it is the city, it's not under an obligation to build you and verify a business model. You have to bring something forward to us to judge, because we are not the experts in your field. So you've heard us say about the zero harm application of the model. It's the same argument I said to the cannabis folks. I said, you have to bring forward a business model and then show it to us that it will fit into the public interest. That is where you have to start, because everyone is saying here, we want to do the right thing. We want to be open to the possibility. But where does that conversation and that demonstration of zero harm start? And it does not start with City Hall. City Hall has public standards to maintain, but on this sort of file, be it cannabis, alcohol, tobacco, and so on with the various other products, those business models must be established and proposed to us. And then it is up to us to decide whether or not that is, it is as a public standard question, it is in our, that we're protecting the public good, the public health, and the public interest. And so I'm curious about Calgary, to be quite honest. And I do apologize for not doing my research properly. After this meeting, I will pick up the phone and call my contacts in Calgary and say, how did it work for you folks? And how do you justify it and make sense of it for your city? And would have changed my decision today? Probably not, because I don't think Calgary has a zero harm model. Otherwise, they'd have some metrics, some benchmarks, and some mechanics around it. And so that is why, Councillor Zadick, unfortunately, I can't support your motion at this point. So they have to come up with a model. And they have to demonstrate it, and then put it in front of us. And I think that's where it has to start, as opposed to, like you said, going the wheel around and around. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zadick.
All right, to close. Well, thanks for the comments from my committee members and to everyone that came out to speak today on every side of the issue. I'll just address what my fellow councillors have just said, because I think we're in somewhat agreement that there's disagreement on this issue in terms of members of the public, and some people really want it to remain open or to open up again, and some people don't want to see it anywhere. So what my fellow councillors have said, I feel this motion captures actually a lot of what you all want. We talked a bit about we don't want to create a false sense of hope. But this motion that came forward that got us to this report right now, that could have been a false sense of hope in some ways. What we did is we aired this in the light of day again, and I put forward a path to go forward. And so this is not a false sense of hope. This is action on the information that the city administration just provided us with. This motion is an extension of that existing work. And the comments around, well, the industry could just talk with AHS and come up with something and then prove it to us. Well, that's what this motion is about, and throw the city administration into the mix so that we protect the interests of the city of Edmonton. There's no official mechanism to get this before this committee or this council again if this motion isn't passed. So assuming that AHS will meet with this industry and they'll come towards some type of agreement that if they use the Generation X machine here for air handling and this best practice there, it won't get before this council again. Its administration's not going to recommend it comes before council. No council is going to bring it forward. I mean, it does feel a bit silly talking about this after so many years of going in one direction, but this is still an opportunity now that we're at. There's no realistic path for this conversation to continue with this council or next council unless a councillor brings it forward. And after repeated no's, repeated answers around it being not allowed, despite every time we talk about it, it's like, well, what about this? Did you look at this? Did you factor in this? And often we're left wanting more, but ultimately we get to the point in the conversation where we say no. And at this point in the conversation, we're saying, well, they can do the work and talk to AHS with no commitment from us that we'll hear them in the end. So actually this motion provides that avenue for that conversation to happen. And to economize this council's time, we would hopefully receive a package, a set of criteria that this could happen if A, B, and C. So it's no longer in the abstract. This motion is trying to get down to the practical. What's the number of places that would be interested in this? If you do, you could, let's amend the business license bylaw, let's accommodate it this way, but you have to meet these very stringent criteria, and that's what some of our speakers spoke about this morning, was the criteria that they would be willing to go through, which, to be clear, is way above and beyond how they were operating 2 years ago. So if we're talking about not wanting to waste time or not a false sense of hope, the only way to do that, to make this all not a waste of time where we're at, is to pass this motion so that with the final results, at the practical level, where the rubber hits the road, we would be able to see if this can be achieved. But if this was just a thought exercise today, I don't know what the point of it was really. I mean, I appreciated the report that we received, and it was a really good debate. But any logical extension of this conversation requires this motion or a similar motion to be passed. There is no avenue for this to get before this council again without this motion. So AHS and the industry can talk all they want, which I doubt they'll voluntarily do, to tell you the truth. So for those reasons, I request the support of this motion, but I get that even before today, that a lot of people have made up their mind on this issue. I mean, we're councillors, we're always open to new information, but I don't want to press this point much further, but this will be a strong indication of which direction we're going in as if this is passed or not. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Well said. Please vote.
Councillor Paquette?
My vote is submitting. I am a no on this.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is defeated 1-3. Okay, and again, I hope, just to editorialize a little bit, I hope that the proponents have been listening. What this means is please go ahead, if this is in your interest, to prove a zero harm model. And I am 100% confident that there is a councillor who would be willing to make a motion if that proof is in front of them. Okay, thank you. And thank you, administration, and all our speakers who came out for this issue. We'll now move to item 6.2, alcohol consumption in public parks outside of festival events. And there's a presentation available.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have a presentation on this item. Just quickly introduce our delegation on this. Mr. Aiken, our branch manager of community standards and neighborhoods. And joining us as well is Juanita Spence. Juanita is our supervisor of River Valley Parks and Facilities. And from legal services, we have Christina Hodgson. So just to introduce this item this afternoon, the authority to permit alcohol consumption in designated picnic sites comes from the Provincial Gaming, Liquor, and Cannabis Act. The notion of supporting public consumption of alcohol in Edmonton's parks was first brought to committee to council in 2019 by the Edmonton Youth Council. Then, following a motion made at City Council in January of this year, administration has undertaken public engagement and has designed a pilot project for your consideration. With those few comments, I'll pass it over to Mr. Akin to walk through the content of the presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. Public engagement was conducted via an online survey that was available between February 22nd and March the 7th. There was an excellent uptake on the survey with more than 15,000 responses received. During this time, we also tracked feedback received via social media. The results showed that 71% of respondents either strongly or somewhat supported a pilot project for alcohol consumption in designated park picnic sites. The primary reasons for support were that it would complete an enjoyable food experience, that it regulates something that is already happening, and it would increase opportunities for social interaction with friends and family. The results also showed that 26% of respondents either strongly or somewhat opposed a pilot project. The concerns expressed by those who opposed the project were primarily around public safety. These included increases in disorderly behavior and the potential for drinking and driving. The survey also provided administration with feedback on what some of the key considerations should be with a pilot project. These include the enforcement and management of disorderly behavior, noise and litter, as well as ensuring the rules and regulations are clearly communicated. So when administration initiated the design of a pilot project, 6 guiding principles were adopted to help inform decision-making. Together, these principles covered numerous elements that allowed us to explore a diverse range of questions about how people will access and use the designated sites, how the pilot will align with the existing activities and amenities within a park, how we continue to ensure quality experiences for all visitors, and how we will address potential safety concerns. The public engagement feedback presented on the previous slide was also integral to the design of the pilot and was woven into the overall design. In addition to the guiding principles, a number of logistical items were reviewed. These included assessments of existing picnic site locations, limitations such as park construction projects that are being considered, operational capacity, and an alignment with existing enforcement resources. The outcome of the analysis has led to the identification of 7 River Valley parks and 47 picnic sites that could be designated for alcohol consumption. So the 7 selected parks include Rundle, Gold Bar, Victoria, Government House, William Horlack, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, and White Mud. These parks are geographically distributed across the River Valley. The selected picnic sites include both bookable and non-bookable options, and they may vary in size. Picnic sites may be as small as a single picnic table with the barbecue, or in the case of bookable sites, large enough to accommodate up to 100 people for events like family picnics when COVID restrictions are not in effect. This selection of picnic sites represents approximately 25% of the total available picnic sites within these 7 park areas. Each designated picnic site will be identified with a sign as required by the Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Act. As an example of the sign is included here in the slide. Additional information about picnic site locations will also be available online. The selected picnic sites align with regular park ranger patrol routes to ensure appropriate monitoring of the sites. The enforcement teams will be taking a patrol and monitor approach with an emphasis on education, increasing awareness, and promoting acceptable behavior. Enforcement action will focus on behavioral concerns, including litter, noise, fire prevention, parkland protection, and ensuring respectful interactions between park users. Data from complaints or violations at the designated picnic sites will be tracked and closely monitored by administration. If any problematic trends are identified, such as persistent problems in specific sites, then an appropriate action plan will be developed. Criminal or serious disorder matters will be referred to the Edmonton Police Service. So for my last slide, if the pilot project proceeds, administration will collect and analyze various data sets for the duration of the pilot. This will inform ongoing public feedback. This will include ongoing public feedback through a survey, 311 inquiries, and park ranger reports. Operational teams will review and report on sites based information such as frequency of use and excessive litter. And as previously stated, complaints and violations will be closely monitored. This will allow administration to report on the various enforcement, operational, and financial impacts of the pilot, as well as the public feedback received. A decision on the future of the program can be made at that time, including the potential for expansion, reduction, or elimination of the opportunity. That ends the presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. This was selected by Councillor Dziadyk. So I'll go to Councillor Dziadyk for questions first.
Thanks. Thanks to administration for this report and the very thorough engagement. First, just sort of a technical question. If this is received for information, is the pilot project a go-ahead?
No, it's not, Councillor. Administration would like to get clear direction from committee to proceed with this pilot. In addition, we would ask that you direct administration to report back after the pilot with the data and information that we've been able to attain on the pilot and inform council of that information.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Now, to the $10,000 cost, on one hand, I've heard that lauded as being so cheap and great, but if all we need is signs, I know there's 47 sites, and I know the signs need posts into the ground. I was just wondering why that's so high.
So we indicated that could be found within existing branch and departmental budgets. I think part of the success of the pilot and what we've learned from some other municipalities at the need to ensure that citizens understand those designated areas. So it's more than just the putting up of the signs and the stakes, that there's an online presence, that we need to communicate out that information to citizens about what those locations are. There's no misunderstanding that there's not a free-for-all for every park, that there's specific locations. And so we work with our communication folks and believe that's the number that will allow us to clearly communicate and install those signs, and in some cases have to reinstall those signs for the duration of the pilot.
Okay,
thank you. And I have to pause you there. I've got a point of order myself because we've got speakers waiting on the line. And so we sort of jumped the gun in allowing questions for administration. Hope you don't mind, Councillor Dziadyk.
No, for sure. That's a good observation.
Okay, so we've got Grazia Salvo and Zan Harvey-Jansen to speak for this. So and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Grazia, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here to speak about the adverse health impacts of increasing alcohol availability in municipal parks for two very significant reasons. First, the importance of parks as healthy spaces, and second, the sustained year after year severity of alcohol-related harms in Edmonton, Alberta, and in Canada. I hope to provide compelling evidence that innovation is not adding to alcohol availability. That's all too common, but real innovation instead is maintaining or growing the breadth of alcohol-free spaces for health in our communities. So next slide. Municipal alcohol policy has so many benefits, enhancing health and safety of residents and city staff, and reducing costs and risks for municipalities. In building healthy public policy, we want to think through the health, safety, and vibrancy impacts of alcohol on a community that will hold a mix of people who drink a great deal or drink to excess intermittently, those who drink moderately, and those who drink very little or not at all. They all live in Edmonton and hopefully without experiencing any alcohol-related harms. Policy decision makers in cities impact the health of Edmonton's residents and visitors to the city. The impacts are real and have ripple effects towards health or away from health each and every day. So Connect Edmonton was your strategic plan, and it includes the Healthy City goal. During the COVID-19 pandemic, next slide, substance use has increased and mental health outcomes have worsened, that we know. Without alcohol, municipal parks are accessible and safe spaces for healthy lifestyles, including lower risk gatherings, family time, exercise during COVID-19, and opportunities to improve mental health through exposure to nature. Alcohol in the parks would jeopardize the physical and mental health benefits that are especially needed right now. Next slide. So parks are a place for children and youth. They may include playgrounds, pathways for families to walk and cycle, and they are places of social interaction, such as picnic sites where people who are above and below the legal drinking age interact regularly. Current policy allows parks to be a place where exposure to alcohol and its harms can be minimized, where adults could model healthy social behaviors that do not involve substance use. Remember, repeated exposure to alcohol use as a minor increases the normalization of alcohol use, increases the harm they may experience in the future. Next slide. Parks are a place for recovery. 1 in every 205 Albertans is accessing treatment for substance use. From a public health perspective, municipal alcohol policy needs to address that alcohol is the most common reason people are in treatment and join recovery programs. Treatment counselors often encourage their clients to use municipal parks as part of the recovery process. If alcohol consumption is allowed in parks, it's just one more place that creates relapse potential for these clients. Next slide. Parks can be places that enhance health equity as well, but that equity can be compromised by increasing alcohol availability in these settings, as increase in availability has proven a causal relationship with harms which disproportionately affect the most vulnerable. Those with family, those unemployed, those with lower income, and those in racialized communities are counting on governments and health authorities to deal with the root inequities in alcohol-related harms. According to the World Health Organization, the solutions include more healthy places with social protection. Current policies that limit the availability of alcohol are a form of social protection. Next slide. So people who drink alcohol are aware there are times when drinking is appropriate and times when it is not. With large amounts of marketing and sponsorship, with high alcohol use in homes, at events, hair salons, bars, restaurants, the list goes on, parks can provide a time without alcohol, something everyone needs to be healthy, as well as an opportunity to normalize social interactions that are not centered around alcohol. To reduce acute chronic health effects, Canada's low-risk alcohol drinking guidelines set suggested limits of maximum 2 standard drinks daily for women and 3 standard for men, with at least 2 non-drinking days each week. Although these are the suggested limits to reduce the harms of alcohol, there's actually no safe level for alcohol as it is a class 1 carcinogen. Parks are a safe space to access without worrying about accumulating too many standard drinks, and Edmonton's municipal parks are already valued as places of connectiveness and fun just the way they are, without public alcohol consumption. So thank you for listening. Myself and my colleague have submitted a letter that includes additional statistics on the harms and costs related to alcohol use, the benefits of reducing alcohol availability, and additional considerations for your review. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we will now move to Zan Harvey-Jensen.
Hi, I'm here as part of being able to answer the questions, so I'm not doing a separate presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so again, we will now move to Councillor Zadok to see if you have any questions for our speakers.
I do. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So to Grace, who gave that presentation, I'm sympathetic to where you came from with that information, and I appreciate it. So I just have 2 things come to mind. You talk about the availability of alcohol being a concern, but in these instances, people would bring their own alcohol to the park. I'm not trying to split hairs, but I don't see that temptation existing the way that was presented. But I'll let you respond to that. In addition to my other point that I want to hit on is that this has been happening for, I'd say centuries, but definitely multiple decades in Europe, where it's it's argued that Europeans have a more healthy relationship with alcohol than North Americans. For them, and again, general sort of even stereotyping, but sort of general thoughts are that it's more of a culinary complement with food, such as would be appropriate in a picnic setting. And North Americans often binge drink. So if anything, this is a measure to responsibly consume with food in monitored and regulated settings, because we know people are drinking in parks anyways right now. So with the thought that you bring your own alcohol, the expectation would be that there's food and there's park rangers around and a little bit of regulation on this activity already happening. What do you say to that, Grace?
Yeah, so I guess I could start with the availability. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page when we're talking about availability. So the World Health Organization has consistently looked at the harms of alcohol, right? So has a Canadian working group to reduce the harms of alcohol as well. And they have consistently said that the gold standard is reducing the availability of alcohol. And that doesn't mean just where it's sold. That really means kind of that normalization. So where people are drinking, where it's normal to drink. So right now it's normal to drink. You could drink in your private home, you could drink in a bar, but it wouldn't be, a park would be a space that's free of alcohol, right? And when we look at the World Health Organization data, I know that Canadians often think the grass is greener on the other side. Europeans have their act together when it comes to alcohol. But the truth is that they actually drink more than we do in those countries where availability is higher. And they actually, in turn, have higher harms when you look at the World Health Organization data. So we could see that's why they say that availability is actually not a good thing, that it's best to have alcohol-free spaces. Zan, do you have anything to add on that?
Sure. Well, just from the European standpoint, Europe has the highest heavy episodic drinking amongst their 15 to 19-year-olds. So as we see people starting their alcohol use earlier and in larger amounts, that is also comes together with higher addiction issues later. So we've been working on a number of things in this committee discussion today, and it's important to think about it in terms of also a drug that is used by a lot of people, and are we considering the health impacts on alcohol as well? So for example, Russia, they have the highest share of all deaths attributable to alcohol consumption. They have the highest global standardized cardiovascular disease rates related to their alcohol use. So Europe is maybe not something that we want to work towards. They're really working on changing things, moving to having minimum alcohol pricing to drive people to low percent alcohol from high percent alcohol. They're doing a number of things that way. So it's not always what you think it is when you just pop into another city or town for a vacation. It's very different when you live there and you live with their liver cirrhosis rates and things.
I appreciate those responses. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Zadick. Just in case there's anything with the board, any other questions from councillors for our speakers? I don't see any. So I guess I'll just follow up on that, because I remember we were having this conversation a few years ago, and I also did that research, and it did show a percentage difference to the positive, which isn't really positive, of alcohol-related incidences in countries that have sort of this open drinking in parks policy, and the increases in binge drinking and increases in domestic abuse and things like that. But to be fair, it was very marginal, but also very real. So those are statistics that would not be captured in a pilot. So I'm just wondering, the question for our speakers, are you concerned with that? Or do you think that by doing a pilot, we sort of we sort of test the waters, and it doesn't become this big thing that suddenly everyone's like pouring into parks and drinking, which I don't think is actually going to be the case. So yeah, just thoughts from you.
Hi, absolutely. I think that the broader costs of alcohol consumption won't be captured well in the pilot. When we look at the costs of alcohol consumption based on the Canadian Substance Use Costs and Harm Scientific Working Group in 2017, in Alberta, the overall harm costs were 2.396 billion for Alberta, and 1.11 billion was the net revenue of alcohol. So the costs were much higher. And when you look at those costs, that's it. 46% were lost productivity, which are really hard to measure, right? When you're doing a pilot. 30% were those healthcare costs. So I'm not sure how you're planning to evaluate that within the city. I know it's provincial, but it still matters, right? Because it's the health of your city. 16% were those criminal justice costs. Again, I'm not sure with your pilot how you're going to be looking at those costs within the municipality. And 8% were other direct costs.
Okay.
Did you have anything to add, or?
Sure, there were also, those costs will still be there because what we've seen over a 10-year period is there's just a mounting of costs and harms, and there's really a net deficit, as we call it, an alcohol deficit. So sometimes municipalities think this is something that moves things forward, but it actually creates more costs and harms. And we're already seeing a number of things where municipalities are going to be dealing with a lot larger alcohol availability across the landscape based on what's happened during COVID. So these are probably even potentially an underestimate of some of the costs and harms you will be dealing with your own staff in terms of absenteeism, lost productivity, short and long-term disability, liability, and so on.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you. I think the difference here is that it's a person making a choice, and it's not someone else being impacted by that choice who is employed, right? Like this isn't about worker safety. So that's one of the things that separates it from the other conversation we had today. But I was wondering about equity though, and this is where it gets very gray for me. It's a very gray area because we have folks who are marginalized, who don't have anywhere else to go. Maybe, and this probably isn't just a social activity for them. It's basically managing an addiction, and they get sort of the full brunt sometimes of enforcement, whereas folks who are not marginalized may already and are already, let's be frank, drinking in parks, basically consequence-free as far as enforcement goes. So where do we land on that equity piece? I know it's not a health question, but maybe it is actually.
I think it's important to acknowledge that those vulnerable populations, even though they actually drink less statistically than the rest of the population, they represent more of the harms, right? So I don't know how, changing the laws around picnic sites will affect them. I think that's probably more a conversation you guys would have to have with your enforcement partners as to how you want to enforce that extreme vulnerable population. But one thing's for sure is that if you increase availability, your whole population curve shifts, right? And that it affects the most vulnerable even more. So by making alcohol more popular, right?
There are also people from those.
I don't know how you make alcohol more popular, but okay.
It already is.
All right. Thank you. I'm out of time, but go ahead if you wanted to finish up. Yeah.
I was just going to say that what happens is that we're also the fear of things that can happen in parks will keep some people away who are in those vulnerable populations. So the fear of domestic violence, the fear of sexual assault, some of those things will play in when we already have a number of those things that are alcohol fueled.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll just see if there are any other questions for you. And I'm not seeing any, but please feel free to stick around to watch the rest of the discussion. We'll now move back to questions of administration. And Councillor Zadick, you had started. You got 2 minutes in, but I think we can just reset the clock. So go ahead if you want to continue questions.
I could let any other councillors go sort of quote unquote first if there's aren't anyone on the board.
I'm not seeing any on, I'm not seeing any on the list except for you, so.
Good, and then I'll try and be fairly quick here. I do appreciate what we just heard from the speakers, and I'll address that in closing, but at the same time, I have a motion that I'm going to want to put forward, and actually, because there's not a whole list of speakers, maybe I'll just put it forward if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so the motion would be that Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that administration conduct a pilot project to allow public alcohol consumption in select River Valley parks from May 28th to October 11th, 2021, as outlined in the April 28th, 2021 Citizen Services Report CS 00350, and provide a report back on the results by the end of 2021. So that's the motion. If that's acceptable, I would just...
Okay, yeah, let's get it on the board too.
Okay.
Everyone can take a look at it.
Okay, great. So if that's made, I'm just going to ask some questions that could have came before or after this motion, but in the spirit of time, I'm glad that the motion's on the floor now. So to administration, the engagement was broken down by age, gender, and race, and in every category there was a majority in support of this project. So how often does a city project like this get a majority support in every category?
I don't have that information, but what I can tell you, Councillor, is that our engagement folks said that this is the second highest response rate for a survey that we got. So certainly lots of interest. And a lot of times the information we get is sometimes it's split, but from the data that's been provided from the respondents with the 71% seems to indicate clear support by the majority of a pilot.
Okay, thanks. And I noticed that noise and litter were probably the number one issues that were identified, but all issues are important. But what will the city do to manage noise and litter?
A couple of things. We asked those questions because, again, we didn't have a sense. We thought that might be the case, and talking to other municipalities, it reflected the need for signs. But as far as noise, litter, and managing those things, part of the logic that the team put together in developing the sort of the parameters for this pilot and keeping it what we thought is a reasonable, balanced amount of parks, it's able to be supported with waste management, with regular crews doing removal of the waste and servicing these areas. It's on the regular routes of our park rangers who'll be going by those locations anyway. So we've done our best to mitigate any additional costs. But like most things, as the pilot moves through from May until October, we'll learn and understand the increase in calls for service. But right now, we've set the parameters of the pilot that it's manageable with existing resources, with that a little bit of additional money for installation of the signs and the communications piece to, again, as we get those calls for service, we'll be responding to them in an appropriate manner. And if there's any escalation of excessive litter or noise or social disorder or disturbances, we will take the appropriate action to bring that into alignment.
Okay, thanks. People are concerned that people will drive home from the parks drunk. I've heard this raised a few times. So in thinking about this, the closest analogy I could come up with is people drinking in restaurants or festivals. So how is drunk driving handled currently, and would it apply to those drinking in parks as well?
Councillor, you're right. That is one of the concerns that was highlighted by those people that indicated that they weren't in favour of the pilot. And so we have had conversations with the Edmonton Police Service, and that they've indicated to us that they'll be monitoring their level of calls for service, but also as part of their regular response when it comes to curbing alcohol consumption and driving, that they indicated to us that they'll be putting in some check stops in and around those sites to potentially ensure that people aren't doing the wrong thing and they're not drinking and driving.
Okay, good. And to be clear, the laws for public drunkenness will still be in effect in these areas, right?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Well, I've used plenty of this committee's time. I do have 20 seconds, but I'll yield the floor to Councillor Knack.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Thank you. And just on that series of questions, that's the big thing that I've had raised. So I want to double check, because I know you've had it in the presentation. There's it's successful using various modes of transportation. Do all of these parks have relative easy access by transit, out of curiosity? I know, but yeah.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. That was a consideration, both from a GBA plus lens on bookable versus non-bookable, but also easy access and equal distribution along the river valley.
Okay, and I guess while we would be the ask is for a pilot project to run all the way to October 11th. If by chance things weren't going well, or you were noticing substantial issues, you would have the ability to stop it right away. I don't think that will be the case. I'm not, but I just do want to double check. You have the ability, like, even though this motion could be passed, if something was going wrong and you felt we need to stop this, it's July, but something's going terribly wrong, do you have that ability?
Councillor, yes, we do. I mean, obviously, it's an escalation of the concerns. I don't think one rowdy party will suggest a closing down of a site, but we'll certainly be reporting that back to council, the monitoring of the numbers of calls for service, but also what's referred to the Edmonton Police Service or what they're responding to. But if it gets really out of control, certainly we have the ability to not shut down the whole pilot, but potentially that park, or take other circumstances to mitigate those.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check that. That's good. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Knack. I've got a couple of questions. Based on what we were hearing, we know that in comparison to the European sort of model or experience, that in Canada and the US, we tend to have youth who engage a lot more statistically in binge drinking. And so I'm just wondering if, in consideration of a pilot, if we're taking into account the fact that because this is maybe seen as a new freedom, that there may be, at the outset anyway, some social disturbance issues.
I don't think that's unreasonable to expect that. I think as the pilot grows in popularity, we'll be able to gauge that that use from both bookable and non-bookable sites. Part of our routine in collecting that data will be to look at both frequency of use, age potential, calls for service, all of those things that you'd expect us to report back on. And certainly that question relative to youth and usage of that, we can certainly look at trying to do our best to capture that information and share that with council if we think that's leading to any sort of behavior or disorder concerns.
Yeah, because I take those warnings from our speakers quite seriously. I mean, statistics are statistics, right? And data is data, and borne out in very real world consequences. So I do take that to heart. One of the areas I guess that I'm struggling with, though, is that there's a cost to us in running this pilot, and the cost may be more than we're thinking on one hand. But on the other hand, I'm thinking about all of the concern we had when rolling out cannabis bylaws, and how a lot of those worries never materialized at all. And so I guess I'm just trying to find a bead on maybe because you've looked at this a little bit more deeply, if you have any thoughts on that.
I certainly, in trying to put some parameters around the number of parks, the locations, the sites, all of those things. As you know, we had some guiding principles that we put into place, and some of those were about accessibility, visitor experience, honoring existing park uses, inclusivity, and safety. And so we try to strike the balance between not being so restrictive of a pilot and just opening it up where we don't have the resources. But frankly, I'm not sure what our level or calls for service beyond existing levels might be when it comes to the amount of litter, amount of disorder, amount of potential destruction to the environment or infrastructure relative to picnic tables caused by alcohol consumption. So I think that's part of the learning that we will do over the summer, and part of reporting back to council on what we've found to be successful, what's overblown, or in fact we don't have any issues or very small issues, or it's manageable issues relative to some of those concerns of the public.
And that's why we have pilots. Okay. All right. Thank you. Move on to Councillor Banga. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple questions. My first question is about designating a park for public alcohol consumption. According to this motion, is the whole park is going to be designated as a public drinking park, or just bits and parts of it?
No, not the entire park, only the designated picnic area within the park that is appropriately signed.
Okay, so if a park has, let's say, 30 pickups, 30 spots for picnic, and then some will be proportionally, I guess, designated for alcohol consumption. Would that be fair to say?
So what's fair is there's only 7 parks. So just because it's a park doesn't mean there's a designated consumption site. And within those 7 parks that I mentioned in the slide presentation, there will be designated picnic areas, one within each of those parks, and then there will be appropriate signage indicating what that location is. And so we want to be really clear that Edmontonians understand exactly which park, what location, and there will be signs that indicate alcohol consumption is allowed. In addition, there will be ones where you can book it ahead of time, but there's also be first come, first served sites within those parks. So you need to be in the right park, find the designated location, and there will be signage in place supporting alcohol consumption within that picnic area.
Okay. Enforcement point of view, when let's say if you folks are having a picnic at one of these designated sites and they're extra noisy and whatnot, what would be the enforcement mechanism for that? Like what?
Councillor, it would be the same. It would be the same mechanism we're currently using now. As you know, when it comes to public disturbance or excessive noise, it depends on the proximity of that location to surrounding neighbourhoods and residential properties is one consideration. Depending on the time of day would be another consideration. Depending on the nature of how many people there, it could be one where if it's a party out of control, we might call in our friends from the Edmonton Police Service to provide support. Our park rangers always support the notion of gaining voluntary compliance, just to turn the music down and be respectful of other park goers, because again, this is one area within a larger park system, and within a larger park, we want to make sure that they're not disturbing others and being respectful. And so we'd take our normal approach of trying to gain voluntary compliance. However, if there was issues, then we would escalate it and use the different sections within our legislation to issue fines if that's required.
So before this pilot project is designated or at least considered a full-time project, there has to be results coming from this experience at the end of this year, basically. And would those, I guess, statistics would include only the number of, I guess, tickets, charges, whatever the case may be, or total number of incidents that either peace officers, police officers, and bylaw officers responded?
Councillor, certainly all of those things would be included in the information brought back, but I think we would, it'd be incumbent upon administration to bring back all those additional concerns, issues, or potential costs costs, because again, waste servicing that right now can be accommodated within the current model. However, if we've found that there's a doubling or tripling of waste, that's a concern. If there's excessive damage to picnic tables or the environment of trees, things like that, we will bring that to council's attention. But also, as we understand the model and the pilot and the things that and the information we've learned, as we consider potential expansion beyond the River Valley, it takes us out of the realm of our current model, where now we've got ranges going outside of the River Valley into district parks and the expansion. So there's going to be additional travel time, costs. And so I think we want to give council a full appreciation of what the pilot looks like. And then as it expands and the degree to which it expands across the city, there will be resource impacts the council needs to consider in the speed of which it expands or the pilot or not.
Thank you. I have questions.
All right, thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so I'll just do a last call. No pun intended. And I'm not seeing anything, so Councillor Zadick to close.
Oh, wait, sorry. I didn't realize. I just wanted to quickly speak. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Last call for questions, not speaking.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. And last call for speaking.
Sure, sorry.
I don't blame you, because from your stated lifestyle choices, you may not be familiar with that term. So
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I wanted to quickly speak to this as well, recognizing, there might be some question about, okay, so I'm going to support this, and people might ask, well, you just didn't support something else that was also personal choice, and so where's that? Why is there a difference? And as you mentioned, yeah, this is not a particular substance that I enjoy myself, but I very much appreciate that others do, and that is their choice. That's wonderful. I'm just really cheap, so never really wanted to spend my money on that. So for me, there's a couple of things. First is that this is very much a pilot. It lets us understand, and I recognize there was some pretty strong support in the survey results, but I do think we need to fully understand the impacts and make sure that there aren't unintended consequences, because unlike some of the other conversations we were having, I mean, somebody having a drink beside me, while I personally wouldn't partake, that doesn't really impact me. There isn't a secondhand direct impact to me. And so that's why I do look at this a little bit differently. But I am worried a little bit about what could happen if folks were getting unruly. But I also like to believe that folks are going to be responsible and take the time to be very considerate about the neighbors that they're enjoying the park with, other families, other people there, folks who might not want to have that choice or might not be interested in using this opportunity available to them. So because it's a pilot and it lets us fully understand that and make sure we understand the full implications, I think it's worthwhile. And again, I think in my mind, this is a bit different than some of the other items we were just talking about here. I think this is something that I have heard in the past that people do already, whether we want to, whether it's supposed to happen or not. I have heard it definitely occurs in our park spaces. So is it better to really try to encourage people to be responsible, do what they need to do, be proper about it? And so I'm open to this, and I think it's worth going to that next step. So thank you, Councillor Zadick, for bringing this forward, and I know this is even talked about by the Youth Council even beforehand. The City of Edmonton Youth Council actually did talk about this and bring forward a report even before these motions on it, and it was something that had been raised by those members as something to consider for the future. So for all those reasons, I'm willing to see how this goes, but just appreciating that we should be thoughtful about it, and we should be, make sure we're not seeing any, inappropriate behavior. Part of why I asked about the transit, my biggest concern that I had raised with me from folks is this going to encourage people to go down to the parks and have some drinks and then maybe not be thoughtful about how they're getting back home, especially if they had drove down to a park space. So many folks I talked with weren't opposed to it, just wanted to flag that. So that's why I wanted to ask about that earlier on. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'll just quickly offer a few thoughts. One, I actually don't support this, but I will vote for it. And to explain that, I agree with our speakers today. The statistics and the data cannot be denied. We know that increased access to drinking leads to increased social issues. That's just a fact. On the other hand, we have to balance it with personal choices and personal freedoms, I guess, for lack of a better term. By and large, the majority of people are going to be responsible. Some people will not be. We know this, and that's why we're doing a pilot, so we can gauge what that looks like. What we won't be able to gauge is the larger issues, but perhaps this is not the forum for it. So while I do actually have some serious health-related concerns and broader societal concerns, I also think that the majority of people feel that they're going to be A-okay with this. The other concern I have is that folks will hear this news and they will not get the full information and realize that this is a pilot program in a set number of areas. And they may feel that this is now just sort of in every park. And that may lead to unintended consequences and problems that we may not be prepared for. So that is another issue that gives me pause. The equity issue, I really don't know how that will play out. But I do know that if folks who are marginalized or vulnerable are engaging in the exact same activities as those who are not marginalized or vulnerable, then they probably shouldn't be targeted. And not intentionally, but just it happens, and we know that. So with all of that in mind, that's why I will vote for this, even though I do carry some, I think, pretty serious concerns. They're not outweighed by the fact that this is a move that residents are clearly asking for, and they just want us to test it out. So here we are. Thank you. And if I don't see anyone else on the board, so Councillor Zadick, if you want to close, we can, or we can move straight to a vote.
I'll close quickly because a lot of good points have been made, but I just want to hit on a few aspects that maybe haven't been emphasized too much. So first of all, I don't think anyone should be encouraging any drinking, and definitely not the city. But this is making space available to accommodate something that is desired. So it's not the city's official position that we're encouraging people to drink in parks. It's just we're having a pilot project in a nuanced way to regulate an activity that's already happening. You can't buy alcohol in parks. You'd be bringing your own. The speaker's comments did impact me a little bit, and I had to reflect. I know some of the statistics used were referring to Russia, where there's severe alcoholism, and that's problematic and even a bit of an epidemic there, as far as I'm concerned. When I talk about the European example, I'm thinking of France and other places, but not to discount any of these concerns. Alcohol should be, if it's enjoyed at all, it should be enjoyed responsibly. So it's an interesting cultural conversation from sort of the North American perspective to the European perspective, but we see that Edmontonians want to go forward with this. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. Want to again highlight it's a pilot project. If this doesn't, if it's not popular, we already heard that it can be adjusted throughout the pilot, but we're aware that post-pilot for the year 2022, it could either be suspended or of course it could be expanded. The engagement has been great. We hit on that a lot. The final thing I want to say, and I've mentioned this to some folks when they've asked me about it, but it hasn't come up today, but with COVID, our restaurants have reduced capacity. We're trying to get more patios on one hand, so people drink on patios. But we're asking Edmontonians to safely stay close to home, but also get out and explore their city. In many cases now, people are exploring the parks within their city for the first time or experiencing them in different ways. When we talk about drinking, it doesn't have to be everyone in the whole party, and I don't suspect it would be. I'm thinking of possible situations where when we can assemble in groups larger than 10, you might have that grandpa that wants to have a beer that otherwise wouldn't join the family gathering, or other select members of the family that might want to have a beer or two. It is not necessary that everyone at these picnic sites would be drinking beer, but we might have the situation where without this relaxation of these rules, you might not get that whole family together. And I think it's important that we engage in that we encourage family relationships and social interactions amongst friends. And adding this element to it provides a different experience, and we're going to monitor it. And it might make some of those experiences better for some, and it will have a bit of an impact for others. So back to what the speakers were talking about just, does this need to be in the park space where otherwise we think of parks as more innocent spaces? I would say that with the pilot project, it is very channeled and deliberate where these sites are being taken, being offered for the pilot project. And there's vast areas of these parks, including a majority of the parks within the city where it's prohibited to drink alcohol. So there still will be plenty of spaces in our river valley and across the city for those that want to, say if you're struggling with alcoholism, you might not want to be around the vicinity of people drinking because of temptations. So it's not your alcohol, but you see other people. There's going to be a lot of places where alcohol is not going to be permitted. And I really look forward to the results from this pilot project. I think we can all coexist. Again, a city of 1 million people, we should accommodate this type of activity in some spaces, but be very mindful if we're going to spread it out further. So I hope for the support for this pilot project, and I intend to responsibly have at least one beer at a picnic site once this pilot project's forward, if this is the will of this committee and then council. So with that, cheers. I got coffee in here. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Zadick. And with that, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. And that is carried. And there was much rejoicing. Okay, so we will now move on to, I lost my place here. Yep, it's just gone. If anyone can remind me which item we're on, that would be fantastic. Found it. We're now on item 6.3, amendments to the Community Standards Bylaw and Public Places Bylaw.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Aitken does have a few introductory comments, so we'll just let him provide those comments.
I don't need any comments, Rob.
Okay.
I just go straight to questions unless committee wants it. If not, I'll go.
Go ahead and launch into questions. Councillor Nicol.
So, Mr. Aitken, can you talk me through how we go from graffiti, right, to amendments in this bylaw that includes grass clippings? This amendment, it says right here, right, reading the bylaw, $1,000 for graffiti, which I'm into. And then you want to replace section 12.1 with 4 points. And D, yard waste, including grass clippings, leaves, branches, trees, garden matter, soil, sod, and dirt. How did that work into a graffiti bylaw?
So that's a great question. I think I have our friends from Law Branch on the line, so I'll ask, I think it's Christina.
Oh, it's Sarah Davis. Hi, David. Councillor Nicol, to answer your question, the fine section was just copy and pasted when we updated the fine that was specific to graffiti. So the fines for grass clippings relates to another offense under the bylaw. And it was just copy and pasted so that the entire section was set out for you.
So Ms. Davis, explain to me then, just so for my own peace of mind. What do you mean by finding people for having grass clippings on their lawn? This is what I'm worried about. You see where I'm going?
Councillor Nicol, I believe that fine is in relation to dumping waste. I'll just quickly pull up the bylaw right now.
Yeah, could you verify that for me? It would be greatly appreciated, because I certainly don't want people to read this report and say, I got grass clippings, so I'm going to get $1,000 fine.
Absolutely.
I think we'd have a problem. I think I'm sounding like Councillor Henderson a little bit here today. What's
I'll
your
let you know
famous
your time when it's over.
I didn't exempt this one.
You know, what is Councillor Henderson's line? Oh, geez, you use it all the time too. If I recall, or something like that. I don't remember. I have a few Henderson quotes.
I seem to remember. I
seem to remember. Yes, or something like, yes, I seem to remember. So I don't know, Ms. Davis, what do you think?
Yes, I just believe the fine section for $1,000, council created a fine for dumping construction and other waste materials, and the grass clippings language was a part of that original amendment. So
okay, these additions, to be crystal clear, Mr. Drake and Ms. Davis, is to do with dumping, right? And fines associated with dumping of materials.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just clarification. Better to ask than to not. Thank you. I'll be happy to move the recommendation.
All right, thank you. I've got a quick question on the graffiti aspect. So, the tagging that was running rampant a couple of years ago, terrible, no one wants it. But then you've got areas where you've got graffiti, like, for example, the underpass of the Henday on the southeast that people love. It's beautiful. So where do we find that balance?
That's a good question, Councillor. And if you recall, that was broached at the previous meeting when administration was directed to go back and increase the fines. I think as a foundational piece, graffiti is graffiti. If it's on property where they don't have the permission, then that's subject to, a mischief under the criminal code. And now if this bylaw gets passed, subject to $1,000 fine because it's unwarranted, it wasn't asked for, and they don't have the landowner's permission. In respect to the graffiti that you're talking about, I think that's a future consideration where in some other municipalities and other cities around the world, that is seen as an art form and it's encouraged and it's protected. And we're not there yet. We certainly have some provisions where we have graffiti walls and opportunities for people to display that. We also have murals that are put in place over spots that continually get tagged. And so the real question is, as we move forward and understand this, if there's a will by the community and council to identify locations or protect them, then we need to educate ourselves or get direction relative to that, because right now graffiti is offside, regardless of the beauty of it. And so I think that's an ongoing conversation that we need to continue to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just made me imagine what Banksy could do with our Take a Risk mural. But moving on, I'm just also curious, just to give peace of mind to communities where people will be maybe, they use chalk or they use poster paint and beautify a sidewalk or put a welcoming message or messages of hope, community bonding, whatever, on public property. They're going to be probably just fine, right?
Yeah, so I think depending on the nature, that most of the chalk washes off. when it gets applied to sidewalks, as does certain types of tempera paints that are used to color it. So we understand that with certain festivals that happens. Our concern administratively is that being permanently on the sidewalks or city structures, and so we differentiate between the two. And certainly, as those complaints come to us, we'll triage them in that respect.
Yeah, you'll know it when you see it. All right. Thank you. That's all my questions. Anyone else? Not seeing anything. So I guess, Councillor Nicol, did you want to close?
Nope.
Okay. And just courtesy to Councillor Knack, did you want to close? No? Okay. Just double checking. All right. So please vote.
Councillor Paquette? Oh, thank you. We have it now. That's all the votes.
Please display the vote. Got him. Carried unanimously. Okay. And I believe that's it. Good job, everyone. We are adjourned. Thank you for coming, and thank you for all your hard work.